It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm
A very, very warm welcome to the DreamLeague Season 23 China Close Qualifiers here. Purposely, the Crasheroni bring you all the action. And I know this stream maybe started a little bit later for those of you who are following, but just to fill you in on what happened here, it was supposed to be Azure Ray versus Kev as the first match on this stream earlier at 12 p.m. local time. Well, Kev, they decided they didn't want to go up against the big boys. They ended up forfeiting the match. Now, we're not exactly sure why or what that was about, but they're still in. So they're actually playing on the other stream right now, ESL Dota 2 _ Void. But here we have a banger matchup for you to start.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one, dude. I am a little surprised at the outcome.
Yeah,
but
tell me.
I mean, it's really going to be a powerhouse of a matchup, right? It's crazy to think that one of these teams are about to be eliminated.
Yeah, the teams in particular, of course, none other than G2IG, who we just saw take a 2-0 tumble to Team Zero. Sure, it was close at times, but I think Crash, we were watching a little bit of the tail end of that, and it felt like as the game got later, the grasp just slightly loosened, and it didn't really feel like they were all on the same page. G2IG find themselves now at the risk of elimination, and of course, they're up against the powerhouses LGD. Now, LGD, household name, haven't really felt household in a while. Maybe more in the back alley, maybe in the shed, you know, not even in the main home.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, you're not quite at the point where, like, honeymoon phase is ending. Like, you're a new-ish roster, but you've still got growing pains, but you're expected to perform, but it's just a rough place to be in where you're this not new team anymore, but you're not finding success, but you don't want to just switch things up too soon. So you stick together, push through it, and we'll see if that pushing will be successful here.
Yeah, I think Xiao 8 in the past has always shown that he's willing to sort of work and try and grow what he believes is a working team unit. Minimal changes from their previous appearances, right? LGD most recently were Games of the Future. They came in second, only bested by Extreme Gaming, and that was after they replaced Emo with Setsu. So Setsu in particular, you know, has always been playing at that top tier within the Chinese region, but never really felt like he was on the cusp of that level of greatness that we're now seeing from Extreme and Azure Ray. And that's going to be the big two giants to topple here. Azure Ray in particular for this qualifiers. But it's also worth mentioning that G2IG, we're kind of expecting a bit more from them given that they qualified to Birmingham, right? So this might be a little bit telling of what we can expect to see there, and it would be a big shame to all the Malaysian fans, all the Southeast Asia and China fans if they were going to sort of suffer the same fate that they did in DreamLeague Season 22 and just kind of crumple out.
I mean, they might not even get the chance to crumple out here if they crumple out here, right?
Yeah.
Like, DreamLeague 23 is still, you know, not a ways away, but a little bit, right? So if you do pull through here, you do have time to sort of recoup and recover and get back into fighting shape, international fighting shape.
Yeah, and I think the thing with G2IG is that when they first got put together, clearly it's a bunch of superstars, a very heavy Malaysian priority in the team, a couple of sort of sprinkles of Chinese greatness, but you know, they haven't really shown the results that you would expect, right? I think you put it perfectly. In a way, it's the same thing for both these teams where honeymoon phase is over. For both squads, it feels like you're coming in as the second kid in the family, right? Your brother, your big old older brother, big old LGD, big old IG of old, used to dominate, right? Yeah, the big sort of star player in the basketball team, does well in his grades, you know. Suddenly you see the younger brother coming into the picture, coming into the same school. You're like, oh, you know, he's probably going to follow in his brother's footsteps. He's going to be great too. We're going to see him do great things. Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah. I mean, I've still got hope. I've still got hope, Sneeze. I'm hoping and coping. I think both of these teams still have a long way to go, right? If they stick together. If they stick together, which I assume, like, at least a main part of the roster will. You know, maybe a swap every now and then, but most of it, I would assume these rosters are going to stay the same for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I certainly hope so, because I think a lot of eyes on G2IG in particular. A lot of fan favorites, nothing to say, JT, Boboka, X-Nova, these guys are quite literally hometown heroes, right? And I think
Hmm.
they really came into their own at KL. There were a couple of great moments, but they weren't ever able to convert it into any sort of convincing victory. And I think that's going to be the next hurdle for them, especially up against a powerhouse like LGD. Now, of course, we do have to talk about not really the elephant in the room, but a nod to history, as we say, and nothing to say, going to be facing up against his former director here, and of course his captain. Why you smile? I'm sure that it's all on good terms, and we know this to be a fact because even when they were on separate teams already, when Nothing to Say had just left LGD, I think it was back in another sort of tournament where LGD got eliminated, and immediately on Weibo, Xiao A was like, "Hey, Xiang," which is what he calls Nothing to Say, "can you come to Romania and avenge me or what? Like, what are we doing here?" So I don't know if the Dota fans remember that moment, but I think it's nothing but sweetness between these two. But of course, on the field of battle, especially when elimination is on the line, it's no holds barred.
For sure. So taking a look at the draft sneeze, I'm not too surprised by this first pickup from G2IG.
Yeah,
I think Tiny's probably one of the most contested heroes between these two teams.
yeah.
This Tusk does surprise me though. I have not seen any Tusk in a while. Now, I do like I understand that LGD are very much like PYW is very much a Tusk player.
Yeah.
I just haven't seen it in that too long, like overall. PYW is always going to be playing Tusk if he can't get his hands on the Tiny. I'm not surprised by that, but it's just he hasn't been buffed recently. It's just been on awkward state for Tusk. Shard and Snowball are always going to be good though.
Yeah, I think the main thing for me that Tusk brings to the table is early rotations, right? He's very much one of those old school position falls that loves to get moving. And now that we've seen a greater emphasis on the level 6, the rune timings, all these action sort of points for the team to take early on, I think that's what LGD might be going towards, immediately snapping up the Disruptor. So this is something that we saw come out loosely. There was a very, very small buff in 7.35D on Thunderstrike, and I think, Crash, you're a big Disruptor fan, so you're like, okay, the buffs are coming. But clearly, it's good enough for both these teams to have practiced it immensely on both Why You Smile and X Nova recently in their pubs.
Yeah, Why You Smile has been playing a little bit of Disruptor in like officials as well. I believe he pulled it out yesterday.
Yeah.
So it is a hero that obviously Why You Smile is comfortable with. He's got loads of games on Disruptor, one of his most played heroes overall. So, I'm excited for him to put on a show. Now, this Phoenix is going to put a little bit of a hamper on that, right? Egg, you can't really static storm it, you can't really glimpse it. But if you're forcing Egg out with a glimpse, you're probably happy with that.
Yeah, you go back for the JT Magnus, so a very comfortable hero pickup for them. I think in some of the shining moments that JT had, it was always on this Magnus, always on his Meepo, and I can't imagine that, even though JT really likes this hero, it's something that Nothing to Say has a lot of practice on. So there's that level of flexibility there. I really like what G2IG are bringing to the table because they're saying, okay, look, you're going to try and run at us, but Phoenix always puts this little bit of a door stopper there, right? Like, look, you want to fight here? I can fight here. Eat the sun. You know what I mean? And most of the time, I'm not sure if you are aware about the Dota heroes' dietary requirements, but most of them cannot eat the sun is the problem.
Is there anyone who can?
Probably Enigma.
Snapfire could eat the sun.
Snapfire could eat the sun.
Mortimer could gobble it up.
No, I'm talking about lore-wise. You're talking about like game interaction. Literally, it would just be Night Stalker and Enigma, and maybe Lifestealer, which is the pickup here for LGD. Yeah. And we've talked at length about this hero throughout the qualifiers. He really feels like he's become the carry hero of the patch.
Yeah, and it's not even because this hero's been getting crazy buffs. Sure, he did get a little bit of buffs, but it's been the item buffs and the heroes of the patch as well. Right, Mars, Centaur, these heroes have kind of not necessarily fallen out, but feels a little riskier now the Lifestealer is such as prevalent carry. Because in lane, they just get destroyed.
Yeah, and I think it's also, I know this is going to sound a bit crazy to say, but I think it's even more important for LGD to either ban this or deny it, because New to me always screams as one of these tanky strength offlane initiator players, right? Loves his Timber, loves his Centaur, loves his Magnus, and these are all heroes that can just get eaten alive. So Lifestealer, of course, Voracious Appetite can both eat the sun, any other strength offlaners, anything you give him really, as long as you set him up in a decent lane. And it's a great pairing with the Disruptor, because Disruptor just needs a body, and that's what Lifestealer gives you.
He needs someone to stand in front of him and click, right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Lifestealer's going to do. And Lifestealer's also one of those heroes that can sit in lane, come level 4, 5, 6 by himself.
Yeah.
This is going to open Disruptor and Tusk up to start roaming around the map and getting kills pretty much anywhere. I
Yeah.
don't think that at this point, G2IG, unless you're a Magnus and you're not ganking that lane really, there's no way to escape, right? You can't dive out of kinetic field. And if you do, you're getting glimpsed back anyways. Tiny's going to be food for this duo support roaming. It's going to be up to Puck to join them and do the damage because they've got the control. They've got everything else. It's just damage that they need. Puck is going to be a great one. And I'd love to see some sort of big damage dealer offlaner as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what will be coming up for new. But for now, G2IG going to band together. Luna is the selection here for I almost said Manat again. We were joking about it.
Man.
Yeah, okay, I'm not going to. Okay,
I
nobody.
knew it. I knew it, dude.
Okay, look, I know it's pronounced Monet, but it's just so funny to say Manat. But he's going to be farming a lot of money this game. He's going to try and ramp up and outscale the Lifestealer. Lifestealer kind of needs to go in and into this lineup. G2IG are trying to make that as impossible as they can, right? Into the Luna, when she gets the glaives, it's going to cut you down regardless of how strong you are, because you just can't out lifesteal that until maybe 3-4 items. The Luna also doesn't mind standing her ground and fighting, especially up into these LGD heroes. The key thing of the Disruptor is you're always going to try and stay ahead, run at them, get pick-offs, but Luna, with this pick, feels like G2IG, they might just gear up for death ball timing here.
They very well could. Absolutely. I like this ban from LGD, right? These two bans save a lot of face. You've got the Sniper ban for the Puck, the Lion ban for just general control. I don't think you'd be able to deal with all the control, like RP, Loosen Beam, all these little stuns that really interrupt your play. Avalanche RP is going to be the big one for me these games. If JT can land big RPs, follow up with the Avalanche, that should be a one fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you don't ban the Lion, immediately after the game, you're going to get non-stop messages from Twitch chat, from Twitter, from wherever social media platform. You are playing against Bobuka. You do not ban Bobuka Lion because you think you can beat it. You lose to Bobuka Lion. You ban it next game because you're Director 8 and you know better. And that's kind of the reality of it. They last picked the Razor, so solidifying that the Tiny is going to go into the support position. I think LGD weren't entirely sure at this point, and G2IG lock it down with one of the old school counters to Lifestealer.
5 seconds remaining.
It only gets harder with that shard too. It's not the easiest matchup. Now, obviously, you do have that Infest, which will help, right? You got the Aghanim Scepter as well. All of a sudden, the Razor's disarmed, the Luna's disarmed. So you do have ways of playing around the Razor now, but it's still rough. Right, if this is the off-lane Razor that I'm expecting it to be, lane it against the Lifestealer, it's not going to be as easy of a time for Lifestealer as we expected against the Magnus.
I think it also could still be flexible, right? Because at the end of the day, depending on what LGD pick up or whichever sort of hero feels more comfortable for each of these players. In fact, I actually might think the opposite, and I think it might be something like a Razor in the mid lane. That could be an option as well.
Okay.
We've seen that pop up a few times, especially in recent qualifiers for Southeast Asia. And I think the key part about this Razor is it's going to act as a frontliner for this team. The Magnus never wants to be on the front line. He always wants to wait for a jump. And the Razor is going to give him very crucial information and a body to work around. Of course, it is what you mentioned. It's going to be Razor on the offlane. So none of what I said matters. But I still think the concept, is still going to be very similar, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so we talked about during the draft, we'd like to see some damage, some control from LGD.
Yeah.
More of it, right? Mars, perfect. Absolutely phenomenal end to the draft. And this is a new hero. Absolutely. Not a new hero.
No, it's been out for a couple of years, but it's new. As in LGD new hot dog. That's one of his heroes.
Exactly.
That's something he likes to bring out. And I am a little bit worried because I think that this last pick Razor, even though it's not something that JT brings out frequently, it is an excellent pick into the first 3 heroes of LGD. These 2 supports, they're not going to feel very comfortable running into a Razor. Casting spells on the Razor feels like suicide. You just don't have the damage to cut through. And I think that's something LGD might run into. If Setsu can't get off to a good start, they might very quickly run out of damage.
Is there any way in this world that Nothing to Say just denies out Setsu in the lane with Empower?
Yeah, there is, but at the same time, I also feel like once Puck gets level 4, level 5, you know, you just press 2 spells on the wave and then you're dipsky doing out of there.
And then you leave.
Yeah. And I think the key part for me is going to be these early rotations, especially from
Absolutely.
LGD Gaming supports. They need to be able to help out Setsu. They need to be able to set up New. Because if New and Setsu don't have good games, Shiro's going to get pressured, it's going to be rough, your Luna's going to out-farm, and Bobacar's going to get a fast Blink Dagger. It's going to be disaster, essentially.
They've got the good draft to do that, though, right? Lifestealer, like we talked about, is a hero that can be left alone, opens up Disruptor and Tusk to roam around the map, get kills top on this Luna, get kills on the Magnus, which, once again, they don't necessarily have a way of getting out of a Glimpse kinetic field combo. There's really nothing that they can do against that.
I mean, it's clear what the side of G2IG want to do, right? They're playing purely for what I feel BKB timings. Because BKB is going to let them shrug off the Mars Arena, shrug off your little circles of death. They don't care about your little coil, right? They will just walk straight through it. And that's the timing that we will have to sort of keep our eyes out for. Later down the line as well, with so many focal points from G2IG in the fight, the egg is going to be an even bigger problem. Because, honestly, apart from the Lifestealer, who's hitting it?
Oh, Disrupt.
Okay. Why you smile will get up in there? Don't disrespect why my goat. I don't know. I mean, both these teams are very familiar with each other at this point, and it's really just been... It's been a revitalization, I'd say, for Chinese Dota, especially with Azure Ray coming through with that huge win at KL. I think... You know, I've told this story a few times already, but I feel like, especially since Extreme Gaming and Azure Ray have sort of stepped up the bar, even though the age-old story of Chinese Dota is like, okay, you know, we aren't sort of really making room for these new talents, it's always the same old names. The same old names are kind of running it back and showing us what it's about, right? I mean, these guys are absolutely dominating.
I mean, even the old names, like, look at Kev, right? They were the team that knocked LGD down into this lower bracket.
Yeah, that's
Right?
kind of crazy.
Even these super old names are coming back around and really showing what they're, what's what.
Old 11 and Fly, my goodness, these guys.
I know, right?
Yeah, I think it's still a bit of a mystery why they decided to forfeit. Maybe they had some other commitments that they couldn't sort of, you know, miss. But, of course, all of these teams vying for an opportunity to play in DreamLeague. Of course, we saw in the previous DreamLeague, just to reiterate, even though LGD didn't make it, they were sort of participating in some other tournaments throughout that period in time. On the flip side, G2IG, they didn't really do too hot in the group stages, fell out in group stage 1, and then decided to take a bit of a long break. And this is something I want to talk about with this lineup, right? They very clearly prioritize their own, or at least their own sort of mental health and making sure they're not getting burnt out. And hopefully that's enough for them to come into this fresh and feel good about facing off against LGD, who are a terrifying opponent.
Oh, absolutely, right? Big names, big org. It's a little daunting going up against that, but I think G2IG, if there is a bigger org, not bigger, but just as big org, it's them, right? So that pressure is still going to be there for both of these two teams.
Yeah.
You know, the pressure of the fans, pressure of the org is definitely a real thing for sure.
I mean, it's the only way I could describe it is that analogy that I was telling you about, like the whole little brother coming into school, right? It's like there's so many expectations to live up to. IG has been a household name quite as much as LGD. It's always been these two titans, and now it's a Zero Ray Extreme Gaming out of nowhere revitalizing it, and you want to sort of step up to that same plate, right? You want to sort of reach back that former glory, especially your players as storied as X-Nova, Nothing to Say, Why You Smile. These guys, I mean, even PYW, long-time player on IG, right? It's there's a lot of
It feels like you're doing them a disservice by saying they've been around the block, because they've been around the block like 8 times.
Yeah,
Like,
they own the block. They
Yeah.
are the landlords, okay? And nobody has even shaken that away from them. So, especially in a period now where everybody has to play qualifiers, everybody has to just go neck and neck perpetually, I think especially the stamina is going to be a big question. And of course, G2IG, this is going to be essentially a bit of a slog of a day for them, because even if they win this, it'll be their 3rd best of 3 coming up in the lower bracket round 3.
Yeah, and the stamina's a real thing, especially when you're playing at this top tier of Dota, right? You know, you could say, okay, I can play 8 pubs a day, and that won't burn me out. If you're a pro player, that's probably pretty normal for you, or like, you know, 8 games of scrims in a day. pretty normal. But when you're playing at the top tier in a very important qualifier, not only are you feeling pressure, you're feeling that stamina deplete slowly.
Yeah.
And that's just realistic, right? That's human.
Yeah, I certainly believe so, and I was recently sort of casting with Winter as well, and he's obviously had pro experience. He did mention to me that it's not even close to being the same, because he can play 8 pubs in a day, but each official or each scrim even kind of feels like 2.5, 3 pubs. And that's how draining and taxing it is, because there's so much to talk about, so much to prepare, you're doing research on your opponents, you're trying out new strategies. It's a lot more mentally taxing when you're trying to put so many pieces together than just maybe AFK 1v9 mode, as a lot of these players. I mean, I know I like to do that, right? That's why we play Dota 2 matchmaking sometimes. Just turn off brain, play a game, don't want to think so much. But, of course, early doors here, nothing too crazy happening in the lanes, and I guess that's to be expected because Mars paired with any other ranged off-laner might be a bit more threatening. But when you have double melee with Tusk and a Phoenix that can just dive away at a moment's notice, it's kind of tough to get anything done.
And maybe now the newest hit level 3, we might see something come out of this bottom lane. They do have a little bit of damage while X-Nova's not quite 3. That's when Phoenix really starts spiking. And then all of a sudden, I don't necessarily think we'll see kill potential just because of the spear shards. But it's possible, right? The Luna Phoenix is going to start outputting some real damage. And Mars Tusk, they're going to have to be careful.
Dude, I really like this adaptation from the Mars as we see Shiro getting whipped up a bit. But yeah, the Mars in particular, he's gone for level 3 Bulwark, which is so value this lane into 2 ranged heroes who you don't really have kill threat. You're going to spend most of your lane trying to survive and just keep your HP at reasonable numbers. Hero. And while you smile up here on the top side, it's a perfect setup from Bobaka. Double Avalanche, but JT without that static link, still is enough to trade into Shiro. My goodness, the lifestealer's low. I just have to back up. Oh, this could be a cool timing though.
Rotation come in, yeah.
BYW. So gonna try and get the touch onto JT. Nice glimpse back as well, but JT, he still has nice stick charges. Not enough mana for the plasma field, and he might just get run down here. First blood is drawn. The plasma field will still take down the disruptor though, so they should be able to run down Bobaka. No HP, no mana. Very sad stuff. Let's give the last touch to Shiro, and that's a double for the lifestealer, just as good as you could ask for.
Not quite back, but pretty darn close. Lifestealer should be feeling pretty happy with that, right? Only 12 CS to his name, but 2 kills early on? Sure, why not?
Yeah, and the whole idea of Lifestealer is survive with a capital S, right? You want to reach a point where you can't be pushed out of lane, and getting some of these early kills on Razor helps a ton. It feels like Razor's always like one of these Lash Viper heroes where you kill him once or twice, suddenly he kind of feels a bit like a loser, you know? You're like, I can kill you again. You ain't dominating shit.
I don't think the Lifestealer is going to be able to sit in this lane as much as he'd like to, unless we see ganks like this come out time and time again.
Oh yeah, JT left high and dry here. Looks like Bobaka went for a little bit of excursion to the mid lane to try and help, and nicely done from LGD. They spotted that out with a ward, and they just easily get that kill. I mean, at this point, walk a shame back, and by that point, Shiro's going to be 2 levels up. This is looking rough.
Yeah, in a lane that isn't Lifestealer favored. Like, it just isn't.
Yeah.
And it comes down to these rotations. BYW, fantastic. This is what we expected from the Tusk. Exactly what we expected.
Yeah, this kind of feels like, I mean, LGD, obviously, they're booking their Lifestealer 10-minute stay up here in the top lane hotel, right? And the Razor's coming through to check the timestamps, like, okay, you know, looks like your ticket has expired, and then it doesn't really matter if you just get a bunch of people to beat him up, and he can't check whether you need to check out or not. He's just overstaying his welcome here, quite literally.
And my eyes are going to be on Setsu right now. Level 6. Doesn't get the action rune, but could still go up for that bounty rune and make some sort of rotation with that 2 bottle charge.
Yeah, you did mention that Setsu, obviously, you know, he has to make a lot of action happen, but early on, as you expected, nothing to say, using that Empower to out-CS him by quite a margin.
Yeah, it's rough, right? I think the most grueling one was it Whisper playing it recently? I don't know, a month or 2 ago, he had like 30 denies over someone. I can't remember.
I remember that because, of course, because
yes.
Oh my goodness. They made
It
a
was
whole
so
meme about
rough.
it as well. Yeah.
I
It's
didn't
not
know
that
there was a
bad.
meme. That's crazy. I
Yeah.
don't know. That's pretty rough. Like, getting 30 denies in lane is pretty scary.
No, I mean, I'm saying comparatively to that situation, it's not that bad.
Okay.
Like, right now you're looking at
No,
this,
no,
it doesn't... It pales in comparison, but that's a bit
For
of
sure.
a off situation. Setsu, he is just kind of retreating back to his own jungle, trying to sort of make it to those smaller item increments here. First Wisdom Rune traded, 1 each, so no crazy disparities in EXP. And both teams, they aren't too pressed to make action happen after those initial rotations onto JT. They haven't really brought much members there continually. Nothing to say, he might beat Setsu to the punch here, looking towards either the top side. No, maybe just the triangle for some farming. Okay.
Alright, fair enough. It's hard, right? It's very hard to gank a Lifestealer Disruptor. Because you all in on the Lifestealer, you either got Kinetic Field or Glimpsed away, and you're like, well, that's it. And then
Ooh.
Lifestealer just rages and runs away, yeah.
Yeah. Actually,
runaway
you
strategy
raise a
very strong.
really good point. LGD, who do you gank? Like, it's... I mean, even if you get the jump on one of their cores, right, then suddenly the supports come in, there's a lot of defensive maneuvers they can throw out that could really catch you off guard, especially if the level 6 on you, you can just TP in, arena turn around. Could be very scary affair. Yeah, look at that. Anytime you try and make an aggressive move, Shiro literally just rages, there's a kinetic field down, and it's like, whoop-de-doo, okay, we're out of here. You know, you can try again in 20 seconds, we'll have our spells up again.
What do you think of this Falcon Blade coming out from Razor? It's going to be building it up. Do you think it's just... I don't know, it might be a little too slow in my opinion. Falcon Blade's such a weird item for me. I don't think there's too many heroes that really like it. And I don't know if Razor's one of those heroes.
I mean, what do you think the alternative would be then? Like, what would you have preferred JT go for?
Yeah, that's a good question, Sneeze. I haven't seen too much of this offlane Razor. I mean, you could just go for more damage, where you could see that Sanjin Yasha build up. We could see something along the lines. Oh, I think, like, probably Falcon Blade is the best option now that I'm thinking about it.
I
more.
mean, like, he doesn't... Because I'm
It's
looking
weird,
at this
though.
lineup, right? Like, I don't necessarily disagree with it, because I feel like all you need is stats. Yeah, you're gonna be the frontliner. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised to see him go Falcon Blade BKB. And then the Falcon
Sure.
Blade is just to sort of give him a little beansy bit of damage. Oh, nothing to say. This mid lane. Getting eyed up on, but he's ready to square up if need be. Gonna get set up into the RP. They committed just on the Disruptor, but I guess they're not too concerned because it gets them a kill. Gets them out of that awkward situation.
Yeah, no reason to be saving these big ultimates, right? Like we've already talked about, who do you gank, who are you killing with that RP? Really no one, so just take whatever free one you can get.
Radiant's
Yeah.
bottom tower is under attack.
You know what would have been nicer on the Razor? You know, now that I'm thinking, Orchid Malevolence.
Don't. I feel like JT was the one who started that
Dude,
for me
no,
too.
It's not, wait. It's like, we're memeing, but it's not even that bad because I think what we've come to see from a lot of these offlaners is an early Orchid build-up to deal with the Lifestealer because it can really catch you off guard. It's essentially instant cast, right? And then no rage. You talk about the save, it's just a snowball, and essentially PYW is going to have to be in the perfect spot. It's not like an item that the Razor can't build as well, and you were talking about you'd like to see him get a bit more damage. Maybe that could be an option. But probably not at this point since he's already gotten that small item. Try to set him onto Mew now on the bot side. Blink, reveal, nothing to say. Easy pick up there. The Mars is going to get punished. Tries to spear back, but all he can do is pin the bird to a wall. Looking like a bit of a kebab there, but none that's going to be served up. He's the meal here, and they're not done. They just keep smoking up, keep it going. I mean, nothing to say. This was a rushed Blink Dagger for him, and they want to put it to the most work possible. RP not available, but now looking towards this top side. Oh, Jiro could be the next target.
Hard kill, but very possible. If Shiro rages a little too soon,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
come in and sweep him up.
Oh. But, I mean, this kind of gives the move away, right? Because why else would Luna TP up here unless you're putting on pressure? Suddenly, no one's in the bot side, no one's in the mid. You gotta expect that G2 IG are all perched up here, and that's absolutely where they are. Looks like LGD just have to give up this tower. They don't want to bring the defenders here.
I see a lot of these movements. Oh god, I feel like I'm insulting these teams. I feel like I see a lot of similar movement in my pubs where someone comes in, they rotate 4 heroes to the top lane to pressure the tower, while bottom just isn't being pressured the same. right? If you're gonna be like, it's free. There's no one down here because they're all top.
Yeah.
Maybe put pressure somewhere else. Maybe take a fight, which it seems like LGD are gonna try to do with Coil and Arena and everything. But your Mars isn't here. Your Disruptor's just gotten 6.
Yeah, but I do think that that might be just you know, just a little bit reductive. I think if anything, G2IG, that was a series of great moves from them, and the whole reason why they're uncomfortable showing in the bot side is because LGD just lost their offlaner there. He has to slowly walk back because he's not sure whether he has the TP response, and everyone's just LGD's feeling a little scared. You know, they're like, where is G2IG? I have no idea. But now this is the move that you asked for, Crash, and they're gonna try and make it. Smoke gets revealed here, and they already know that there's someone farming there, and probably not a target they can instantly burst down without some TP responses. That's not very ideal. And now Neo with the smoke broken, he's not gonna feel nearly as comfortable venturing deep.
Does not feel good playing that scared Sneeze. That was rough, right? New instantly blinks backwards.
Yeah, he's like, I'm done.
I don't know, maybe a misplay, maybe he double tapped it, but I don't think so. I think that was just a get out of jail card.
Here then, there is a static storm available if they need to commit it. There was a real risk of the Phoenix being able to egg, but realistically it didn't seem like anyone on G2IG was ready to respond. They finally get a connection. Not the one they wanted, but it's the one that they'll take, and they'll start reversing the pressure on the opposing side of the map. This is what you were hoping for, and with that early Blink Dagger build-up. He gets it! They're listening to you, Crash! You should send your application to Shout 8, bro. Yeah.
I'm sure he'd love that. I'm sure he'd really look at it.
Yeah, you can be the assistant director. Crash.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like that
LGD,
sound.
a feature film coming to DreamLeague Season 23. Assistant directed by Crash Aroli.
Wow.
Yeah.
Moving up in the world, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy. From casting.
You can join me too if you want.
Oh, really? Oh, it's open. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
While we're at it, why don't we get everyone on Reddit along with us as well, and like everyone.
And all the armchair analysts.
Yeah. No, just like us, the Armchair Analysts Association needs to get on board with this feature film.
AAA.
Yeah, the AAA. Well, jokes aside here, 3-4, not a lot of action happening in this game as both teams very clearly working towards their own timings. I mean, later in the game, it feels like it still is G2IG favored, even though the lifestealer might become a bit of a bigger problem. I feel like G2IG have a very nice tri-core cooking up, where I'm a bit worried that Neo, if he's not able to continue finding this action, especially the early Blink Dagger, he might start to fall off a little bit.
I would dare say the action's already stopped for this Mars.
They're still kind of waiting around, huh? I mean, he's it.
You've got your Blink Dagger. I don't know. Like, make some moves. Do something. This is so stagnant. Oh my goodness.
What is...
Didn't even need the skewer back.
They got a D-ward. Holy base.
Nothing can say really worked hard for that one, dude.
No, that was tough. He had to blink too. It was it's so much leg work. They sent the Magnus to do it too because they're not super comfortable, and understandable, right? They don't really see any LGD heroes.
Sure.
They're worried about maybe an Infest Blink reveal. That, I mean, it could be something that Shiro applies himself to, but he still doesn't seem very concerned, wants to work his way towards the Radiance. Can't really blame him there. I talk about the Mars as well, but now looking at the Razor's net worth, he's not looking too hot. Like the setup in the mid lane, instant eclipse though. Monet isn't messing around, and on the backside, Bobaka looking for a setup. He might throw the static storm down, but nothing to be found and nothing to save. Finds the Mars. Perfectly played. And IG just wrap around their opponents in this mid lane tower here, and LGD were completely unprepared.
Cool static storm. Where's your Arena? Where's your Coil? Where's these other big team fight ultimates? They just weren't ready yet. You've got a blink on PYW, but you just can't do anything. You have 2 Blink Daggers on LGD right now, but no movements to make. Only 4 kills 16 minutes in. This can't be what's on the cards, especially as a disruptor lineup.
I think the more curious thing for me is that Setsu's completed his Witchblade, hasn't attacked an enemy hero yet. You know what I mean? Like, I think, you know, the expectation will be, okay, we hit these first item timings, our Mars is rushing a blink, we want to get action happening. You clearly don't have damage if it's just the Mars, and he's so scared that he's blinking away by himself, so bring Setsu into the mix. But both these calls on LGD just focusing on their farming, maybe thinking they have a better later game timing, or they'll be able to pace up into the Death Ball, trying to rotate around, setting some vision. PYW onto X-Nova with the punch, and the bird is going to get just found out here. Setsu will pick that one up on behalf of the squad, but it's why you smile gets the last hit. So not ideal, but you get what you can at this point. And LGD, again, trying to answer back in the mid lane, at least drag some of the G2IG attention back here.
There's just been a back and forth between these towers and everything, right? Oh, Coil.
Finds JT in the tree line. Very awkward affair now for the Razor, who's trying to work his way towards BKB. Would have bailed him out in this situation, but unfortunately, tries for the neutral creep deny. Good try, but no cigar. Setsu finds another. And LGD turn things on here.
Middle tower has fallen.
He was hitting hero with a Witchblade Sneeze. It happened, dude. We were
Here
waiting
comes
for it.
Boboka, high ground vision with the setup, toss back into Monet. And even with the arena, you can't really stand out. It's a nice wall though. Punch out, they don't have enough damage into X-Nova and his Sunray. Now they just have to run. He might not even survive. He's trying to get the life stealer out of here. He's gonna pop. Double kill for nothing to say. And look at Boboka. A beautiful double avalanche setup. Trying for the turnaround, toss back. But a static storm buying him the time. Boboka just hoping, waiting for the rest of the team to be ready. But now Setsu's joined the fray. He's taking a lot of physical damage from Onedo. And then the high ground just RP, holding the life stealer in place. And Setsu, he can't contribute anymore. Looks like why you smile is Nyx on the chopping block. He's gonna get run down. The Luna just a bit too big and bad for now. Gonna mop up 4 heroes on LGD. They're trying to TP in, still commit. But Monet, he's still full HP. You get the punch out and you knock out the Tiny. But again, this trade doesn't feel anywhere near valuable for you, especially if the Luna's able to live. Now with Neil coming back, the low respawn timers, looks like Luna's left a bit high and dry. Noticing that there's no more cancels and will narrowly live. JT comes back, cleans up Setsu. Essentially a full team wipe for G2IG, and they only lose 2.
And not even 2 heroes that they feel too bad about losing, right? Magnus used his abilities. He got everything off.
Yeah.
It's been done, right? Your play right now as Magnus is to enable Luna to do as much damage as possible. And now with the BKB on the Luna, the timings are starting to come up from G2IG. In that fight, it just felt like LGD were trickling in slowly. We're out of damage. The static storm was nice, but beautiful play from Boboka on the Tiny. Right, waiting patiently. He's literally just standing on the high ground, waiting for his team to walk up just a little bit closer. It was such a heads-up Tiny play.
That's the type of thing you love to see from Boboka, right? That's that guy right there. It's always in the old school sort of Boboka that we used to know and love. It's always these Earth Spirit cutoffs from what feels like an angle out of absolutely nowhere. You're just walking down the street, suddenly Boboka snipes you with a rock to the head from like left field. That's exactly what happened in this situation with the Tiny 2. That avalanche really set up for more for G2IG. And I think, unfortunately, LGD, Shiro, he kind of got a bit too confident, right? He felt like, oh, you know, I'm full HP, I can walk up high ground. But my friend, there's still 2 ultimates yet to be used. Maybe he was really fiending for that nothing to say kill, but ends up costing his life. And despite all of that, it's still not that crazy of a gold lead, right? It's still pretty even overall. But this is the Luna draft's timing, and they're gonna start putting the pedal on the metal.
I would say the net worth disparity isn't too bad until you kind of look at Mars. And you kind of realize that this Mars has definitely fallen off.
Yeah. It's kind of what we were worried about as well. The lack of action hurting him quite a bit. He's a hero that can clear these creep waves, can get farm, but especially when the space on the map starts to get a bit limited and kind of work against you. Yeah, G2IG, look at how aggressively they're posturing. They're ready to just take away the Tormentor if they don't see anyone in the area. Yeah, let's work it down. Get the Eye of the Storm rocking and rolling, and got this one for free. RP finds a mark. The call is gonna bring out nothing to say, but it doesn't matter. They just commit the Eclipse straight for him. And again, this has become a new bullying session right here. I feel so bad for this Mars.
JT a little stuck from those shards, but look at this. G2IG, they're not willing to leave him behind.
Yeah. Still going again. Another silence means that no snowball for you and nothing to say. Spotted him out. It's daytime vision, my friend. And Tusk gives over another 5k gold lead now. I mean, this advantage has really cemented itself at this point. And the Luna is feeling so comfortable. Didn't bother finishing up the Manta first and went straight for the BKB. And I love this from Monet. He understands that his team is strong right now and he wants to push the issue.
And you've synced up your BKB timings as well, right? Razor has finished that BKB too.
Yeah.
So it's time to go. Magnus is the only one without one, but he's going to be getting it a little bit.
Yeah. This Orchid build-up is exactly what... It's so nice as well, given that the Lifestealer doesn't want to build a Dispel for himself. It's very uncomfortable to do so. Like the Manta, sure you can buy it, but you really want the SNY, especially this patch.
Yeah. And that's what he has queued up on Shiro too. It doesn't necessarily care about that Orchid, maybe. Maybe it's more of a puck issue, right? Maybe Cheryl's like, you can deal with it, right? He's going to be Orchiding you. Surely he'll never Orchid me.
Yeah, but the use is gonna make him a less attractive target, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But Setsu, he's been doing pretty well to keep himself out of harm's way for the most part of this game. But he's also not been in any actions way, right? He's not been moving any way, it feels like. Setsu coming back in that previous fight to try and net his team some kills. But, there's only so much Puck can do. Again, New caught out pushing away of alone. PYW was supposed to be his insurance policy. But the insurance policy just runs away. Don't trust your insurance agents is the story of this parable, ladies and gentlemen.
Your insurance agents are going to TP back to base. They're gone, dude.
Yeah, if you ever get into
once
a
that
critical...
Static Storm comes out...
yeah. A critical illness, they're like, we don't cover the entire side of G2IG collapsing upon you in a place that we were very clearly supposed to protect you. So, too bad, they're gonna get roached. It's just how the claim settlement works. Too bad. And G2IG, that's exactly what they do. This timing is lethal here, and they're just gonna keep scaling up, right? All these subsequent item timings, the BKB on the Magnus, the Razor with the SNY himself cooking up next, and Monet, he has that Manta and the Shard. They're gonna be basically at full power at this juncture already.
I would say they are. Obviously Luna can get more farmed, but for the 25-minute mark, this is your peak. This is go time for sure.
Everything is coming together. It's like when it's like that one episode on Hell's Kitchen where one of the teams actually does their job and stops fumbling the bag, right? Everyone, like on the little garnish section, they have it right in time with the meat. Nothing's raw, you plated it up nicely. No one's using homemade pasta. Sorry, no one's using box pasta. That's always the big one on that show. I don't know what that's about. But LGD, now they're kind of scrambling. They don't really have anything to eat on the map. Just kind of scrapping around, trying to find whatever they can. And maybe with this smoke, they can get an advantageous fight and on a relatively split up G2IG.
And Magnus is alone. If they can weasel their way into the enemy jungle, find out this Mag. As long as he's not close to a tier 2 tower, LGD can probably win a fight if there's only 2 of them.
Oh, PYW just off the connection. Bobica too quick. These veteran players sizing up each other. Looks like PYW is not gonna tank his way out of this one. Fortunately goes down. X-Nova has very quietly supported the team through a lot of these engagements, right? His Sunray has just been such a big factor. LGD, they don't have the damage. This is what we were a bit worried about. If G2IG are able to get these items, it's... Oh, that's huge. Okay, New. That was
It's over. The comeback starts
GG,
now,
they
dude.
start now. LGD is back. Director 8, he's back in the seat. Cameras live in action. This is... Okay, jokes aside,
Mars.
of course, that is quite significant, right? How much... Okay, Mars going down, very sad. He pays for his sins.
Yeah. Again, in this area. Very awkward place for this Mars to
Oh,
be.
they want to TP in though. They're trying to get the jump, but nothing to say as the BKB prepared for them. Just jumps in. Oh, this looks to be a perfect RP, but nice infest from Shiro. Couldn't get the silence in time, and now 3-man Dreamclaw. In comes Shiro. Starting to lay the hands out, but he can't get a connection. Maybe it's just onto the Magnus for now. With the punch into the sky, PYW knocked out, nothing to say. That shot's just slightly off the mark, but here comes Bobica. Another avalanche with the setup onto Why You Smile. The Disruptor doesn't stand a chance here. And now into the Eclipse. Looks like LGD, they just have to run. The kinetic field right before his death saves LGD from any further casualties. But all things considered, not too bad given you're fighting into a Luna with an Aegis.
Yeah, you take out the Magnus too. He's not quite top of the net worth on the enemy team, so it's not, but it's still like a good chunk of gold. But G2IG, they get more out of it.
Oh, they find PYW again. This task just has not had the time of day. And unfortunately, cannot eat the sun. So he just gets blown up there.
Buildings are going to start getting blown up too. Monet has that AD rune. Sorry, jeez.
Yeah, come on.
The
Get
one
with the
thing that Monet
times,
is
Quest, right?
lacking is mana. He barely has mana for the BKB.
Look at the lineup. Not a single arcane boots on this G2IG stack. Just nothing but damage, vibes, and pure domination as Monet on the killing spree now. They don't need mana. They just have so much damage.
If we have a little bit of a lull, are you much of a Tiny player? Because this is something I want to talk to you about. Because I've literally never touched the hero, really. I'm not much of a Tiny player.
Okay,
Do you
the
know
phase
why
boots?
people are going phase boots? Yeah, over the mana boots. Is it just a feels good thing?
I think it's just a feels good thing because with Tiny, it's always about positioning. That's the crux of the hero,
Sure.
right? And anything that can get you into that position. Of course, the additional armor is helpful for you to survive too. Power Treads doesn't really make sense because you're not really auto-attacking. You've seen some
Yeah.
Tinies in rougher games go for Tranquils, but I think he understands his role very well here, Bobuka. And might just be a comfort thing, right? Because he's played millions of games with Tiny at this point.
Sure.
Hey. Starting to get punched down here, will lose that first life. The Avalanche goes wide because of a nice little rage out from Shiro. There's the Walls of Arena being set into play, but Spear just completely off the mark there. All these spells from LGD not really connecting the way that they need to, but Setsu still able to find that kill on the Tiny. Now Shiro starting to get the hands onto Monet here. It's a 1v1 battle, and without the shot, it's not as easy, but there's still a BKB, and there's still the sun, and you can't fight into that anymore. All the BKBs pop. Time for a retreat, JT. Trying to get out of this situation, but PYW gets the punch of the Monet. They've left their Luna behind. And even though they successfully extract the rest of their team members, it's a great play from the Tusk to finish off that carry.
An incredibly ambitious TP, and as much as you said as the LGD ultimates weren't quite, or abilities weren't quite lining up, same can be said about IG. Hell, they didn't even have half of them.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a weird one. I mean, once you pop that egg and the BKBs, the assumption is that you're going to try and fight, but I guess they realized that somebody on the team made the call, okay, we need to bail out of here, it's not going to happen. I didn't really feel completely jointed, and you can't BKB TP against a Tusk. That's not how it's going to work.
No, it just, I don't know if you know this, Sneeze, but it doesn't work. Yeah, it is that easy. You just punch them.
Yeah.
it's
You hit them
an
with a
auto attack.
fist.
You could toggle it to make it an auto attack. It's so easy.
True. And PYW, he's honestly had a really tough game so far, and it's not going to look any brighter, but at the end of the day, if he can keep finding these connections when it matters, these small little deaths, you know, at a certain point, you just kind of shrug them off, right? It gives you a bit of information on where the vision is, as he immediately pings out. But as long as you're there for the important pulls and defenses, somewhere down the line, maybe you want to sort of try and work your way towards an Axe, which is what he's queuing up. That's going to make a big difference in the fights.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, absolutely. It's another BKB piercing. I mean, I wouldn't call it a stun, but a reposition. And it's super strong, right? Luna does not want to 1v5. She hates when heroes are directly on top of her.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Razor kind of does too. I mean, I don't think there's many heroes that like when 5 heroes have collapsed on top of them. Maybe a Tide Hunter, but that's really about it.
I mean, this game, really, just the Magnus, right? Is
Sure.
easiest RP of my life. But
Yeah.
G2IG, I think a large part of why that fight went the way it did, honestly, and I know this is going to sound a bit dramatic, but wouldn't that have been a very different story if Luna had a shot? Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
'cause
could be.
The entire time, Shiro's just running up into the Luna, smacking her for free. And it's clear that Monet, in a 1v1 situation, you can't win the fight. It's only the shot that really makes that difference manageable. And
Yeah.
without that, New, even though he died for it, and even though it wasn't pretty, LG, they're able to hold on. And I mean, what? It feels like maybe 2 or 3 more fights in that similar fashion where LGD can break even. This Luna's peak power timing is going to be dampened by a bit.
Yeah, she's slowly going to start dwindling away until that, 35, 40-minute mark. And that's going to leave LGD to start making moves, right? And we already kind of see them back into a position where they're feeling safe enough to go out on the map.
Yeah.
Not potentially find kills, but at least play, a little bit more risky. And they're feeling, probably not too bad about it. As long as Mars and Tusk keep playing in this bottom area of the map, it means that G2IG have to choose, right? Do we push high ground? Do we go back and kill these people? We can't really push high ground, so we go back. That's so much space. Like, that is an incredible amount of space to make on 2 heroes.
Yeah, I mean, they'll make the call to move back here now, and mostly because they're probably setting up for this potential Roche spawn being a bit early. G2IG, they're still in the area and should have seen that eye shots come out to clear the creep wave. But yeah, they just want advanced vision and advanced sort of posture in this area, right? Because the key thing for them is this second Aegis. If they can get the second Aegis, move swiftly to the high ground, they're hoping for earlier Roche spawn, but that's gotta...
so long.
That's gonna sting. That's gonna give LGD a lot of time to work.
Yeah. It's going to put them in a position where they can get right back out on said map that we were just talking about.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, even though it looks really rough for LGD at this point, Stetsu still has essentially what's a free puck game, right? The only person he's scared of on the map is the Magnus, coming through with either a silence, and even then he has the Yules to break out of it. It's just the RP catching him off guard into potentially chain stuns. And he's doing a good job because he has a gem, so anywhere that he might have vision, he's still able to clear it out. Yeah, I mean, LGD, this is gonna be really good for them as long as they just don't run willy-nilly into certain death, but
Yeah.
you kind of get it, right?
They don't
Because you
get
don't
5-man
know,
RP'd.
you have no idea that this Roche is coming up so late. So you still have to sort of posture around the area and try, but this might end up being a bit of a mistake for them here.
They know. Both G2IG and LGD, they know something's up.
Well,
And they're just posturing as safe as possible.
yeah. Some nice lane vision set already. Gonna scout with the illusions. With that Thunderstrike coming down, you know exactly what's going on. Setsu in that area as well. I don't think they want to set up on the puck though. Incredibly tense coming through. Spear onto Bobaka. The big part of their setup so far, but the Yule's up into the sky. He'll be fine for now, buying his team a bit more time to work. Now the Mars will use himself, but coming back down into certain depth. He doesn't have a BKB and New just is gonna melt. Still able to walk and survive for now. Bobaka will finally go down, especially the Sunray still keeping the heroes of D2IG alive. And now Shiro, he has to run, but he's being linked up. And where's the help? Trying for the false start and the snowball save. DYW will bail on Cherry for now, but there's nothing else to offer. Shiro's going down, and JT's on the front line, zapping them down to bits. LGD, they just can't stand against the full force of D2IG, and they melt in this Roach area fight. Setsui tries his best there. It was a good attempt on Bobaka in the tree line, but they just don't have the damage to clip him down.
Dude, it was so unfortunate. I was getting hyped at the beginning of that fight because I was like, oh, dude, Disruptor Shard is finally seeing value. Right? The vision gained. They understood exactly where G2IG were. But like we talked about during the draft, our big woes, Mars, no damage. Puck isn't in a position to win like Octarine Core, right? Not this Maelstrom Ags that we've been seeing so much of. So the damage on LGD kind of lacking. The control definitely there, right? I don't think that's the question. But right now, the only hero doing damage is the Lifestealer. The Sunray is too much. It pretty much negates all the other damage minus the Lifestealers.
Yeah, and again, we're looking at it. LGD, we asked this question in the draft. Who is hitting the egg? Turns out nobody. Everybody doesn't like breakfast. They're not in the mood for some X-Nova. And despite the pace of the Disruptor task, it's supposed to get off to a rolling start. You're supposed to get this early action on the map. Didn't happen for LGD. Coming through on the Mars, a couple of nice rotations post-blink, but after that, really nothing. And you're facing down a terrifying Tricore, a Luna timing with her second Aegis.
Yeah. Feels a lot like, you know, you're pushing that boulder up the hill and it keeps humbling back down onto you. Red LGD, like, there's inklings of good fights. There's, you know, things are happening for them a little bit.
Just a
but,
bit.
Yeah, every single time, every single angle, G2IG bounce back, and it doesn't even look close in these 5-on-5 fights. It just seems like G2IG are, you know, set up in a team fight position that LGD just can't deal with. Static Storm was great that fight too, right? It connects onto two people, both the Tiny and the Magnus, but the rest of the team free to roam around that fight.
You can kind of understand New's thought process with this Wind Waker that he's rushed up. It's not really a very early item that a lot of Mars like to get, and it's for the very reason that we saw just now, right? He's trying purely to play for the setup, but it's a situation that as soon as he shows his face, one Lucent Beam from the Kanda Luna is just cutting down half of your HP. That's your off-laner that we're talking about. And on the flip side, JT, he's scaled up to the point where he's able to just run down this Lifestealer. That's already two of your key members on LGD out of the fight. It feels like these engagements are just getting harder and harder, and I love that analogy that you made, Crash, talking about the boulder that just keeps falling down on you. Yeah, it doesn't really help when the boulder in question is being played by one of the best position force China has ever seen. Okay, I mean, literally, this guy's out to get you. He's trying not to get eliminated here. Now setting out to Setsu the Hex. His puck is posed. There's no way he can get out of that situation. And 90 seconds without your puck, this is looking like it's gonna be at least 3 lanes of Rex Megas. I mean, you have Luna on the high ground. This is not gonna happen. They might just try and bait it out because they're not entirely sure whether the puck is buyback, but if they caught an eye on his inventory, they would have seen that completed Octarine and Charisma. This is scary stuff now. Square up of the Monet, but again, Shiro and a 3-man RP! The Avalanche still on the mark despite the Horn Toss skewer not working out. But they just get melted. It's curtains. This is looking like butter the way it's just getting spread out all over the base. Hero, I mean, he's still surviving, trying to kill off Bobaka, but he's barely doing any damage. And that's the problem with this LGD lineup. You're desperately trying to buy back. You're not ready to give up just yet, though. So you're trying to hold on. You understand that all the ultimates have been used from G2IG. Not so sure they were going to call GG there, but still trying to grasp, not lose out this early on. But Monet, this is not somebody who can fight. You're trying to work him with the punch, but you just have to infest and run away. Again, this Luna, this is her peak. Satanic, BKB, still a second life available. Almost the whole squad. Sans Bobaka, just ready to back you up. You can't run into her. She has the shot up in another, like, what, 5 seconds? You gotta try. Maybe, her first life. Does she even care? Yeah, just pop the Satanic, it's vibes.
Yeah.
So the high ground is a home right now.
Hard too fighting against this Luna when there's so many glaive bounces as well.
It's back now.
So
Nice.
difficult.
Oh, dude, that met oh, Monet.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
That is rare. That isn't the easiest ability the man to dodge either. Like, it's possible, mind you. We just saw it, but Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah, ready to play today. I mean, screw these other prior series. Screw that Team Zero matchup. We're here and we're trying to sort of carve our way out. What a performance it's been from G2IG so far. It's like looking around, waiting for a setup. It's new, he's gonna get caught again. He has a Wind Waker, but no chance of using it. This Mars has completely fallen flat this game. It's not the new performance we've come to know and love. 45 seconds without him again at a numbers disadvantage. This is looking like the last lane of Rags. G2IG, they want to put this Aegis remaining timer to work. The Blaze bouncing Shiro. They're trying to square up now. Monet, not a lot of mana to work with. They'll get punched up, might just lose that first life. But the Aghanim's infested, doing quite a bit of damage, and they should be able to work down the Luna, but already the last Rex on a sliver of HP. And still trying for the setup. Monet will just finish off that last building, and it's completely fine, right? G2IG, they can just retreat, but it seems like LGD don't want to let them recoil onto the BKB Luna, but there's the Eclipse, turning things around into RP. He can't fight! He just can't match up into the team fight. Static Storm comes down too late. GG is called. That's the only thing they can say in this hopeless situation. LGD, they lost control of this game way too early on and never really got it back. G2IG thunder forward to an early start here. Game 1 falls into their hands.
It's one of those, like, you drafted a Disruptor lineup, right? And you didn't get off to an early start. The Disruptor feels bad. The Mars never had any footing this game. It was just a lot of feels bad all around for LGD.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it during the draft as well. We're like, hey, you know, mid-game, if you're not rolling them, where's your damage? And we never really saw it come to fruition. I think credit where credit is due. I think Setsu tried his damn best, right? But there was only so much that the puck could do. We saw in the few instances where he ended up jaunting into these fights with the orbs and whatnot. He just literally gets hit by 3 glaives and he's like 0 HP.
Yeah.
So it's like what do you do? I mean, Crash, we look at the draft now, we look at the game. Was there anything that you feel like could have been changed or improved in that to prevent this outcome for LGD?
I'm not a big fan of the Pucks build. Like, I understand the Octarine. It's just a nothing item, I guess. Like, your idea is survivability, but that's what your Yules is for. That's what your whole hero's toolkit is for. Yeah. We had no damage in LGD. You would have loved to see a Maelstrom Ags come out from the Puck.
Yeah. I mean, more often than not, we've seen a lot of these pucks sort of go for a bit of semi-carry, and it tends to be the trend when you pick up a Lifestealer as well, because a lot of the times Lifestealer can't really be relied upon to 1v5, right? You want another semi-carry either in the mid lane or the off lane to help shore that up. It felt like so much pressure in the early game, especially with Setsu playing a bit more greedy, was on Neil, and Neil was set up for a rough lane, man. Like, Neil, I don't know how you were supposed to get out of that. I think traditionally with a Mars, you see stuff like the Hoodwink, the Rubik, and maybe even some range support to try and get some kills. That never really happened. I mean, PYW was a bit too busy going around getting stuff done, sort of, and leaving the Mars high and dry.
Yeah, it was just hard lane, right? Tusk plus melee hero versus
into
two range
range
heroes.
Yeah.
Right, it's pretty much done lane at that point.
Yeah, one of them is Luna as well, which further amps up every single right click. But of course, that does wrap up game number 1, G2IG. I'm going to be too discouraged by being 2-0 by Team Zero earlier on. They want to continue their lower bracket run and continue their chances at qualifying for DreamLeague Season 23 here. But let's see whether LGD has something to say about it right after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Examination.
Game number 2 coming up now for LGD versus G2IG in the DreamLeague Season 23 Chinese Close Qualifiers. My name is Sneeze and I'm joined by Crash. And LGD, they are truly on the edge of cliff now, one game away from being eliminated. This is rough for Cell 8 and company.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too good, especially like we kind of talked about all the pressure. I would very much think the Zhao 8 is putting pressure on this team to perform, and just not it, Sneeze. It's just not feeling good. I think the puck missed, the Mars missed. It was just a big whiff. But, you know, we've got a draft ahead of us. We have a new game number 2. Should be different, a little different lineup for LGD. I don't think we're going to be seeing the same old tricks. Maybe they're going to leave that disruptor on the back burner.
Yeah. I think one thing that I've realized about LGD, especially this iteration of them, is that they have rather muted personalities. What I mean by that is that there isn't anyone who gets too hot-headed or too affected or too emotional. And maybe that's something that played into the part of Emo being deemed as not a good fit. Now, he's not necessarily a big, emotional player or anything, but we do know him to be pretty... he has his ups and downs, right? When he's feeling it, he's really feeling it. And LGD, I think what you'll notice, especially in live events when they're on camera and stuff, Shiro, New, and PYW, they all just kind of have a light smile through whatever situation that they are dealt with. And maybe it's that calmness that permeates through the team now that will allow them to sort of come back and, reset mentally from this situation. Because, while you smile, he's been around the block like a million times, like we said. He's been through these situations, so many important matches, so many TIs where he's had to reset. I mean, especially against Team Spirit, where they managed to sort of pull it back to Game 4 and all that. This is nothing new for him. But on the flip side, G2IG, they are smelling the opportunity now here to continue and go straight back for the Magnus.
Great. It was a great cornerstone for them in that matchup, right? It just destroyed the puck mid. So many denies against the puck. Forced puck level 5 to go back into the jungle just for a little bit, but still, that gave them the advantage in the mid lane quite significantly, where Setsu, he was able to find solo pickoffs, but it just never felt like the rest of LGD too, they just never did anything. Like we kind of talked about the very beginning of the draft. Yeah. They have to do things around the map. And it was like 5-5, 15 minutes, and not even, it was almost 20 minutes in at that point. Yeah. Where it's like, okay, like, so what, guys? Like, your Luna is free farming where your Lifestealer is not farming half as fast.
Yeah. Go straight back for the Bobica Lion now that the Tiny is banned out. Of course, G2IG choose to take that away because the first pick priority was in LGD's hands. Definitely something that PYW can comfortably pick up for himself as well. They decided to go for the Shadow Demon to start things out. One of the most picked supports in the Chinese region. And I'm surprised to see the techies being ignored for now, but I guess the Sticky Bomb nerf was just a bit too detrimental. We'll see whether they still go back for it though, because it's been such a tried and tested combo. LGD, a lot of focus on some of Nothing to Say's heroes like the Kotal, the Kanka, and the Pango, maybe protecting a potential Setsu matchup.
It's got to be, especially when you lose the mid. I don't want to say you lost too hard, but you definitely lost the lane. And especially when you lose a lane like that, you want to make sure that Setsu is set up for success.
Yeah.
And I maybe knew he's going to be on something like, Timbersaw, Death Prophet, something. Okay, this Primal Beast
There we
works
go.
as well if this is the off laner, right? It could still be the mid laner. If this is the off laner, right? Just a beefy get in there hero that doesn't require items. He just needs BKB on Primal, right?
Sure.
Just run in there, very simple, do what you need to do, and hopefully you win the fight.
Yeah.
And at that point, that is all you can ask for.
Oh, paired up with a Grimstroke as well. Now the combos starting to
Very
come
good.
together, right? You
Yeah.
have you also Soulbind Demonic Purge is going to ruin any melee
Nasty.
carry. Yeah, that is some scary stuff. Now G2IG are going to be a lot more worried about picking some of these more
10
elusive
seconds
heroes.
remaining.
Immense amounts of control just coming out from this duo alone. I was a bit worried because Shadow Demon,
5
whenever you pick this
seconds
hero,
remaining.
you're often faced with high mobility counters, right, in the park because you don't really have a way of holding them in place or setting up for a kill. But of course, now with this tag team combo, it's they show each other up pretty well. There still is that potential for it to be flexed. New plays it very well. It's something that Setsu really likes in the mid lane. And it's, all things considered, should be a pretty good matchup into the Magnus, right? Because you just trample waves. Even if he
Yeah.
skewers you, you just onslaught away. It's vibes.
Yeah, it should be fine in the mid lane. It should be fine in the off lane. This Primal Beast is a very good all-around pick. And I mean, that's why we see him so much, right? Is a fantastic flex pick. Same thing with a Tiny. You first two these kind of heroes, and you're like, oh, well, G2IG, they're probably going to ban a mid laner, an off laner, right? Everything in between.
And they're trying to figure out exactly where they want to take their draft here, G2IG, in what particular direction. Still, I mean, could get a support of some sort. I mean, it's just in terms of the ones that Xnova is playing, still can go back to the Phoenix, go for the Gyrocopter pick. This has largely been Monet hero for them. Haven't really seen them bring it out on anybody else. I don't think it's something Xnova really likes piloting on the position 5.
Piloting, nice.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right. This really was not an Xnova hero, and I don't think it's ever really been. This Vengeful Spirit is more in line.
Yeah. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Especially when you're tag teaming the bench up with a very susceptible core to being jumped. Gyrocopter, he's fine standing his ground and fighting, but when the situation gets a bit too heated, you want a little bailout option, and that's exactly what you're going to get with the Venge. Good sort of aggressive potential as well if you're able to find the Primal Beast. If he's trying to connect on the target, you can always swap someone out. You can swap him into the rest of your team. Overall, great pickup.
Yeah, fantastic. All-around good hero. It's a BKB piercing ability as well. Right? There shouldn't be a case with Primal Beast if he gets this early. BKB, Venge can always deal with it. Same thing with the Lifestealer.
Yeah. Lifestealer into Gyro, that matchup has always been Lifestealer favored. You have a very convenient vehicle now in Primal Beast and a great lane partner in Grimstroke to actually enable that kill, right? So we talked about Lifestealer's game plan, always wanting to survive in the lane as much as possible. He's done surviving. He's ready to murder.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Ideally, Shiro's going to start doing things, but that's not his role this game. Right? I think that Shiro's role is going to be farming as much as possible until he hits that maybe first to have like Armlet, Radiance, whatever you're going, probably that. And then you start fighting. Because hopefully at that point, if your lane went well enough and you've been farming lane creeps the entire time, you've disrupted stacks for the Gyro. At that point, you might be a little bit ahead and you can start taking fights. But if this Gyro gets 1, 2, 3k net worth ahead of you, things might start snowballing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of a similar story to the previous game where they're picking this Lifestealer into a Gyro who's not quite as fast as the Luna, but in the later stages of the game, the Lifestealer's always going to win that matchup. So you're relying on the rest of the G2IG heroes with great tools, by the way. The RP, the swap, the Venge auras, and all these control tools coming out from Lion to put the Lifestealer in place. But they've geared Shiro up for success this game, right? Even if you try and fully focus him down, he can get broken out of jail by Primal Beast, he can get saved by Inkswell Dispel, there's a disruption, there's a demonic cleanse somewhere down the line. I think a lot of this game is going to be whether G2IG can stop the Lifestealer in his tracks or whether he's going to run rampant in the fight.
LGD, they understand that too, right? They're prioritizing these heroes that destroy Lifestealer. Right? The Slidar and the Razor. no more Life Stealer shenanigans, right? We are going to give Shiro the best game possible, and hopefully we're going to pray that Shiro can carry us.
Go back for the Mars. New. This is, I mean, I think, look, some people might disagree with this because they always think that, okay, look, it didn't work in the previous game, so clearly it's not something you're comfortable on. Let's switch it up. I always admire drafters and coaches and teams that decide to run it back because they are basically testing themselves, right? They're basically double testing a strategy. You are not entirely sure what went wrong, but you have a hypothesis, so you're going to put it to practice, and that's how you evolve and that's how you improve. You need to make sure you know, cross the T's and dot the I's, and that's kind of part and parcel of the Dota 2 process, especially when you have a new patch that you're still trying to figure out. So even though, you know, they didn't really look too hot on the Mars, maybe New realized something in that previous match that he wasn't doing, and he's like, okay, this game I'm going to switch it around.
Yeah, and it's nice too. I do agree with you. It's nice to see because it's going to lean towards consistency in the long run.
Yeah.
Right. If you are consistently picking up this Mars, it means G2IG or any other team you're facing are kind of like, oh, maybe we need to ban this Mars. But if you've got like this middling success with it, it almost feels like it's not worth the ban. Yeah. And at the end of the day, if you're comfortable on a hero, you're comfortable on a hero. Right? It's not rocket science. If you feel good, it feels good.
Choose your hero.
Yeah. And Enigma is going to be the last selection here. JT, insane teamfight control. I think we heard about this from some of the analysts when they were casting the DreamLeague Season 22 main event. But it feels like the only way to deal with this Life Stealer is all these extremely nuclear reactions, right? You need something to 100-0 him. We already talked about how this draft is shaping up to be, okay, let's see whether we can put Shiro to work. And G2IG say, absolutely not. Every 2.5 minutes, we're going to slam a black hole straight down your gullet and you're just going to have to deal with it. So I don't mind this too much. I think that it has a very high potential to just flop, especially if they do the same thing to JT, where they bring early aggression, maybe rotate PYW up early on, try lane with Shiro, kill him a couple of times. Enigma is very much about his own timings. If not, he can very much look flimsy like the Mars. But it's actually going to be Mars in the mid lane. So they're picking this up against Nothing to Say's Magnus.
Interesting. I saw Setsu do this once or twice recently. I don't mind it, actually. It's one of those heroes that can actually stand up to Magnus quite well, as long as you're not getting skewered under tower, which is a real possibility for both of these heroes, I guess.
Yeah. It doesn't really allow Magnus to play quite as aggressively as he would like, because you're just gonna give him a taste of his own medicine, and hopefully that's what LGD can do in this game number 2. One game down G2IG, and they are on the edge of the cliff of being eliminated, and just this wouldn't... Look, realistically speaking, I think especially with the recent qualification for G2IG to ESL 1 Birmingham, people, you know, if you had to sort of ask the average Dota viewer to give a bit of a power rankings, I don't think LGD are very much in the limelight. People aren't really expecting as much from them as they used to, but it's still, respect still has to be shown. You know what I mean? I think these two teams are a lot more evenly matched than the average naysayer would like to admit.
And I think there's a lot of naysayers right now. I think it's very easy. No more tips. It's very easy to say, like, oh, this team flopped for one tournament, therefore they are bad. And I think that's probably what the average viewer thinks.
Sure.
You know, these armchair analysts are like, oh, Shopify's lost for, you know, oh, to be fair, they're kind of dog.
Hey, they just look, they just qualified.
They just qualified. They did just qualify.
You're just like them, Crash. We're just like them.
I know. But like, it's possible, even for a team that was kind of suffering for a while on Shopify, they come back and looked pretty good against Nouns in that last grand finals there.
Yeah, I think the key thing for me is just that, especially with all these qualifiers happening, there's so many opportunities to improve, right? So just one performance from one qualifier, especially with how lethal these are, it's not major tournaments with group stages anymore. You got to work for those, and if you're not able to hit the hammer on the head in these 2-3 days when it counts, when you're trying to qualify for 1 or 2 very pivotal spots, you basically miss on that opportunity. That doesn't really speak to anything about your overall competency as a team, right? It's just not a good sample size or even a good representation. But that's kind of what the age of Dota has sort of become, right? All of these teams essentially have to be on their A game if they want to even have any sort of international presence.
And that's going to be incredibly important for both of these teams, because they've had limited experience. Well, not okay, that's not true. Recently, they've had limited international experience, and both these teams are, you know, especially in a region like China, it's a little difficult to get international scrims. Very rare that it ever happens. So it's one of those, like, you're really hurting for international experience, and that's where, you know, you win these quals, it really starts mattering to win these quals.
Yeah,
If
I
you
think
do.
not just that, but also elevating your own perceived position. Whether or not you're actually at that level is why oh my goodness, he's just being beat back by these Eidolons early on. Just has to run the other way and TP back. Bobaka can't get that kill. Nice little move there. He hides right behind the tree. So even when Bobaka breached past that little bridge, he couldn't get the stun out. No survive there, but I mean, in this 1v1 Shiro versus JT, I think the Enigma will be pretty happy about it. So, but yeah, I think back to the point that you were saying, I think international experience-wise, you kind of want to elevate yourself to the point where these very strong teams feel that you're worthy to be a scrim partner, right? Because it's such a sensitive thing. They're not just going to scrim anybody who's available.
True. All right, game-wise, what are we looking at here? How do you think these lanes should match up? Because I'm not too keen on this bottom lane. I think it might just be a farm fest, both of these two players, maybe until Black Hole comes up. I think Shiro and JT are probably just going to continue to trade farm. Where top lane, I think that's where most of the aggression is going to be coming out, right? Both Monet and X-Nova, as well as New and PYW, have a lot of kill potential.
This is tricky though for PYW and New, because I feel like a byproduct of running the gyro in the safe lane is those early levels of flat cannon always gonna push out the wave. So sure, JT's gonna get CS, JT's gonna get XP, that's fine and all, but you kinda need PYW to rotate through the twin gates or TP to the bot side to shake up that circumstance. And that's going to be a very obvious move, because X-Nova and Monet, the second they don't see you here, they know something's up. Whether you're stacking, whether you're potentially setting up, that's going to alert G2IG's offlane to play a bit more safe. In the same vein that the Lifestealer wants to survive, so does the Enigma, right? And his Blad's timing is a lot scarier.
Absolutely. So is that the build we think we're gonna be seeing from Enigma, right? The Vlads, maybe a Blink BKB.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it has to be. I'm not really sure what other items are available unless you decide to make him the designated cruise buyer this game. It's been such a great item.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. He hasn't really deserved that promotion yet. You know
yeah.
What I mean?
No, he is just queuing up the Vlads, which fair, right? I don't think we expected any differently. I'd be more surprised if he just like rushed Blink or something.
Yeah, that would be very strange. Disruption, just to try and bail Shiro out of here, but wrapped around upon by the illusions, getting a bit body blocked by his own allies there, taking quite a bit of damage. I didn't really talk about this just yet, but Bobaka actually has that nice mana drain interaction with the... Why you smile is dead? Oh, no. Just narrowly Lotus start. That was close. But yeah, these Eidolons are nasty.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage, right? 28 per click, considering there's like 6 of them. Yikes.
I'm glad.
Shiro is not a hero with a lot of armor.
Controversial opinion, but I'm glad to see that Eidolons are back in trend. You know, I think Enigma, he had his little bit of suffering. You know, the Eidolons were a bit weird. They made it cost health. He was looking like shit for a little bit. And then, now Enigma's back. And I love Enigma because I feel like Enigma's such a... It's not a cookie-cutter hero, right? It's very, very difficult to execute. And seeing how these players min-max and get the most juice out of it is always very interesting. I'm Malefacing up. Why you smile? I mean, this LGD safe lane is just all about survival. Like, I don't know whether they can kill without PYW.
No, I really don't think they can at all. I think that's exactly what G2IG expected going into this lane. Right, go ahead.
No, I honestly thought that they were going to switch things around, like put the Grimstroke in this bot side, but I guess they're a bit too scared that he won't be able to deal with the Eidolons the same way Why You Smile can. Although I don't really know whether you can consider this dealing with the Eidolons when you're dying to them. Disruption under the tower, but again, these Eidolons, they can just full commit in, and first blood drawn by JT. Shiro just has to rage, try and get out of here, kill as many of these little units as possible. That's not before they put on quite a bit of damage on this Lifestealer.
This lane is not going to get easier as well, right? As Boboka gets potentially more levels into the mana drain, you might go 2-1-1. But if you got more levels into mana drain, all of a sudden Shiro, he's out of mana, he can't rage, and then you start having kill potential all of a sudden. Lifestealer no rage, very, very sad.
Yeah, I mean, not even just no rage, right? He also hasn't spent any gold on a stick and a wand, and I feel like even with the recent nerfs to the item in terms of really ramping up the cooldown, it's still so valuable, especially in a situation where you're up against mana drain. Kind of need that little pep up, but hasn't really worked him out just yet. Top side, looking to sell onto Monet, but that's always going to happen. X-Nova with the Magic Missile breaks up that situation, and yeah, I mean, no surprises in terms of the CS numbers here. The biggest struggler for now is Lifestealer. Not too bad. PYW being run down now. Another Magic Missile and last touch. X-Nova will find the kill on the Grimstroke. So both side lanes for G2IG doing very well. Just in time for the 6-minute rune, they can just make that rotation. Perhaps get the advance onto Setsu. It will be a bot rune for nothing to say. So a bit unlucky, even though the Mars manages to make it there in time.
That's the 50-50. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
True. That's the way the cookie has crumbled, and really any other thing you're trying to do, it's trying to tip the odds in your favor. Yeah, JT is gonna get tipped into death here, into his own tomb by what's going on here. But Eidolon Army! Shiro's dead. And just the auto attacks is more than enough. Yeah, it's... Again, you need to bring PYW down here, but nothing to say with a very easy rotation. And honestly, he barely even connected on any of his spells, right? He just...
Yeah. Just there for moral support. I don't know, dude.
You got it, Eidolon. Setsu trying to mirror the move up here to the top side through the Twin Gates onto Monet with the Inkswell. Should be enough damage, especially if New starting to trample up onto this poor Gyro. They're trying to TP in JT though. Doesn't have the level 6, but has a Malefice level. Still pretty tanky on this Primal Beast. We'll try and walk this one off, but with the Wave of Terra armor reduction, the Eidolons just need one more touch. One more. It ain't enough. It ain't enough, and New will be able to scamper his way back to safety.
That's chainmail, baby. That is exactly why he lived there. That little bit of extra armor was perfect.
Hell yeah.
And speaking of a little bit of extra armor, JT's going to be given that for the rest of his team that Vlad's already completed.
That is a crazy timing. And he didn't even rush it fully as well, right? He went for boots and Bassy and stick and all these other tiny little things. This Enigma is starting to become a bit of a problem. Top of the net worth already at this early juncture. And now we've seen... Oh no, not the choreo with the boots. That's why you smile. Poor as shit. And Shiro's gonna die too. They know where the Shadow Demon is. And they're gonna try and hunt him down. I think they know he doesn't have a TP. Yeah, the scan?
Yeah.
Not gonna connect, but... Maybe to find that
look
touch
at
now.
though.
Oh, why you smile? Puts himself in the tree line. Pings out. Yeah.
I think he's still dead. Enigma's coming back. They got the tower. JT's turning around.
I mean, why you smile? He's taking them for a 12 this bot side area. He's trying to fog him, but that's a good try. Unfortunately, he still will go down. Give this kill over to JT. Even more gold in the Enigma's pocket. That's
very nice.
Very, very happy on this offlaner.
Enigma's like 1k above the Mars. That's kind of crazy.
Oh, mid lane. Setup, nothing to say. This could be a good kill. The lingering spear on the walls of the arena there. Setsu though gets a black hole. Perfect setup from G2IG. Last stroke of fate can't do enough damage, and Setsu will be the one to go down. Great response. G2IG. They're not letting LGD have anything on the map right now.
That's the kind of teamwork you love to see from these teams. What a beautiful skewer, right? The communication crystal clear between G2IG. You know exactly what they're planning there.
Yeah. It felt like such a good go for LGD as well. I mean, it's...
Yeah.
Level 1 stroke of fate is just not enough.
Yeah, it's hard to, well, I mean, like, what do? Max stroke of fate? If you're doing that, you've got more issues at that point.
That's true.
Than low damage. It just feels so bad to do that. You know, most people are even getting 3 points into Phantom's Embrace, 4 points even, before you max out the stroke.
Yeah. Not a big fan of that first spell. I mean, it's useful, you know, for clearing creep waves a little bit, and that's about it. It's not really what quite it used to be. As
yeah.
I guess same can be said for this LGD lineup. Unfortunately, they. Sorry, that was harsh. But
low blow.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Now, at least, even though LGD's draft has the same problems of perhaps running out of damage in the mid game, the G2IG lineup aren't quite as ridiculously tanky as they were, right? So Gyro still a very susceptible target. The Enigma as well. The Vlad gives him nice armor, but not a lot of HP. Are they hunting down for Monet? Oh, they just narrowly missed it. That's gotta stay. I think they're gonna be watching this replay back and be sort of kicking themselves over, hesitating a couple of seconds in mid lane and smoking.
A couple seconds, that's literally all it takes in Dota, right? I feel like people forget that a couple seconds in Dota is such a long time. I feel like generally from myself, I've been playing Dota for like 10 years now, a little bit more. My concept of time is so flawed now, where like 2 minutes seems like such a long time and an hour feels like nothing.
Yeah.
Like one game, an hour, sure. 2.5 minutes for Black Hole, that's forever. Oh
yeah,
my
that's
God.
forever. 2.5 minutes to wait for Roche Pass is supposed to spawn. I mean, that must have felt like forever for G2IG in that previous game, right? But like, you know, they've been playing Dota for close to 6-7 hours today already. It's just vibes. As long as they can get the dub, that's all they want. But Monet getting chained up here. The control is there and should be enough damage. Xnova can't get in range for the swap. Too busy stacking and wasn't in position. Great move from LGD there. Much needed.
Dire's top tower.
Much needed. Heaven forbid this game goes the way of last game where we're coming around 15, 16, 17 minutes and there's only 10 kills on the board. That's definitely got to favor G2IG. As like we talked about, Lifestealer is not farming as fast as the Gyro. Now killing him like that does put the Gyro a little bit behind, but that's what the stacks are for.
Absolutely. And Monet, he's been sort of farming quite a bit of those, but still not doing as well on the net worth as we would have sort of hoped. I think recently, especially, I've seen Gyros go for more levels in the Rocket Barrage when they feel like they need to alleviate pressure. And he has 3 levels in that, 1 in the homing missile. Gone are the days of just, you know, straight up building stats flat cannon, and that's your item build.
Yeah.
That's too crazy.
Those were dumb days. I'm just gonna say it.
Oh, Blink reveal, instant disruption though. It's not in time to save Setsu. An easy finger of death setup. G2IG, that was so telegraphed. The second swap in as well. PYW is toast. Just easy kills all around. Again, the early nothing to save Blink Dagger just does so much work for them, and they know exactly how to play around it. This timing now for this mid-tier 1, especially the Seas of Serenity helping them out. They bring a lot more members, but they don't really have anyone to pull over. It has to be New who comes over here and tries to break things up, but yeah, fighting into a black hole and RP, man. I don't think this is one you want to take.
Yeah, it's a hard task. Especially in this kind of confined area by your tier 1 tower. Right? Black Hole and RP cover a large area.
Yeah.
So if you're clumped up even just a little bit, especially with the Blink Dagger on Magnus, you're toast.
Yeah, and even if you don't get caught by the black hole, the Magnus can just put you in there. So
Yeah.
it's a very sort of nice little
Something
combination.
Venge, actually.
Ooh.
Oh, that'd be sick. Like a swap into Black Hole. I'm excited. I've got myself
yeah.
excited for it now.
Okay. Now, I mean, you're setting us up for something that might not even need to happen with the way
Yeah,
that
I
LGD
know.
are starting to trail behind. 3k gold lead already for the G2IG side. And sure, you know, you can make the argument that the LGD calls don't farm quite as fast. This is the Monet timing. This is the JT timing. Sure. But it is pretty concerning. Later in the game, maybe LGD, again, in these team fights, they might be able to stand a chance, but JT, he's already securing that with the Midas pickup post-flat.
Oh, and he is going to be going for those Guardian Greaves like you talked about, Sneeze.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a good ability. I mean, it's just
It
such a
feels
good,
so
like,
nice.
bit of armor. That's kind of how he
Yeah.
wants to keep scaling up. New, stepping forward here, gets the touch out onto X-Nova. I feel like he came out of nowhere there on the bottom of my screen. I didn't even know he was coming. But that's that Blink
He's got a
reveal
Blink
for the
Dagger.
Primal Beast.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised that we saw this Blink Dagger first pick up, but I guess when you're dealing with Venge, Enigma, Magnus, you just can't first sight on BKB. It's too rough.
Honestly, I don't really know whether it does anything for you. It's a similar situation
No.
where LGD want to get moves happening across the map, just haven't really given the opportunity to. And I think a lot of that comes back to Setsu on this mid lane Mars. It hasn't really come to fruition just yet. Misses out on the haste rune, and again, without a power rune, it feels very awkward to try and make something happen, especially when you're still crawling your way towards the blink.
That's a great way of putting it, because looking at the net worth, that is exactly what crawling looks like. It is not looking good for Mars once again.
Yeah.
This is the anti-Mars stream.
Yeah. Mars literally, you ever see the God of War reduced to his knees and having to claw his way on the ground towards even a sip of gold? That's not a pretty sight. And what's even... Oh, well...
All right.
Yeah,
Very cool.
that also is
Yeah.
not a pretty sight. Very unfortunate. Nothing to say. You know, that's the kind
Exactly
of...
that.
That's the kind of thing that happens in your pubs or like your games with your friends. And then your teammates just, they don't need to say anything because they already know you feel shame.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a
Maybe you ping skewer, or like, you know what I mean? Like it's just a little bit of BM.
No, you know what's the best move? Like immediately as soon as you see him miss the skewer, you just start TPing away. Because you're like, okay, we're done here. like you know, if you die,
Nothing left for us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know what happened. Oh, you were in this area, didn't see that. If you were, you
Yeah, I
might have
didn't
landed
see
that
that.
skewer. That's crazy.
If you wanted attention, maybe land your abilities. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. If you wanted to get something done, why even call me? Don't waste my damn time. I'm on the clock, baby. And that's kind of what it feels like
I've got
LGD
farm
are.
to be had.
Yeah, I have things to be doing, like, you know, walking around and
Very important as
watching
a support
skewers.
right now, to
Yeah,
be
watching
walking
skewers
around.
get landed. That's kind of my
Yeah.
yeah, my prerogative.
That's my
I don't
whole
know about
shtick.
you. Yeah. My
This
name
is
is
dangerous.
my name is Bobaka. Watching skewers be landed. Okay, yeah, I don't even. I'm not
Nothing
gonna
to say again. They
Yeah,
have
he's
blue
just-
black hole. Why don't they just commit?
Nah, they're
guess the T1
scared. They
tower,
don't
they
see
feel bad,
anybody.
yeah.
I mean, you talking, but why don't they just commit into a shadow deep? Hello? Come on.
Dire's structures
They just
I don't know, I-
they just do the thing
I
where
like
they
this move,
disrupt
though.
you, man.
Yeah, but that's what your RP Magnus is for, right? If
That's
you
true.
initiate
That's
on the
true. You can
Enigma,
layer it.
then you've got the follow-up. Exactly.
I mean,
You've
they
got the
don't see any
swapsies as
LGD
well.
heroes, which is what they're very concerned about. Understandable. Now they'll rotate back down to the bot side, but they're very quickly realizing that LGD are grouped up around mid instead. Before they can get there, the tower's already down. So it's a kind of an awkward situation for G2IG, but now Setsu showing his face, nothing to say again. 3 in a row. And he make it 4. That's crazy.
Bobaka's out of here. He's like,
Bobaka.
I'll see you later, dude.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, LGD, they can make some sort of movement here. That's exactly what they'll do.
Yeah, Bobaka, you know, that's not really the skewer he was looking for, but he finds it anyway. Setsu will start to get Manifest and set up now, and there we have it. 4th in
Let's
a row.
go!
Let's go! He's done it! Now the swap back, a second kill, PYW is toast, and LGD, they... You gotta wonder what they were looking for there, because they already used the arena, and they still kind of stuck around. Maybe a bit of save your buddy syndrome.
Yeah, maybe. I think that might be exactly what it was. And, you know, if you keep giving G2IG these little crumbs, their Enigma is going to start running away with this game. Gyro, like we kind of talked about, slowly finding more net worth than the Lifestealer. But it's what they can do with the net worth. Right, Lifestealer, even if they're equal, like you talked about during the draft, Lifestealer should win that engagement in a 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, not when Monet is so far ahead. I mean, it looks like a
Yeah.
1k gold difference, but I think these key item timings are hitting a lot harder. Monet, he's looking at that BKB next, already has the Crystallis, Aghanim's, and Falcon Blade, so he's stacked it up and ready to go. Gotta imagine that once he picks up that BKB, they'll just head straight into the Roche Pit and look to try and take a successful fight there. GG though. Setsu, again, still looking at this Mars struggling. We were thinking that it was going to be an offlane Mars played by New again. It certainly is looking like it, even though Setsu's the one playing it.
Oof.
I'll
Yeah,
tell it- I'll tell how it is, man.
maybe things go. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe things go differently for LGD if you put the Mars in the off lane, but it after a showing like game number 1, you're like, no, this is no longer yours. I'm gonna show you how it's done.
Yeah, and
And
not
this
really.
this ain't it.
Yep, no, absolutely not. And again, credit where credit is due. Oh, Shiro, he's just gonna get blackballed up here. To get the vision thanks to the lane one, he immediately pings it out because he knows there's no way in the world you get that jump. Now, oh, nothing to say with the secondary setup onto New. They find the second, and this is gonna be easy access into the Roche Pit.
Right in they go. There should be nothing stopping them, and hell, there is nothing stopping them.
Yeah, Setsu doesn't even have mana. He's busy clearing out a creep wave in mid, and that depleted all his resources, which will tell you about the state of the
very
game. Yeah, right? I mean, these supports, it feels like they don't have anyone to play through. I mean, if I'm in PYW and YE Smile streams, I'm feeling so frustrated because I'm like, look, I really want to get some kills. I want to run into the jungle, kill off the gyro, but these smoke moves, they just haven't landed. I think the key one onto Monet just dodged out by a couple of seconds, like you mentioned. And again, LGD, it feels like a very similar situation where 1 or 2 early game smokes and fights don't work out. They're kind of left a little bit behind, starting to trail, and they don't really catch back up. I mean, Bobka alone down here in the spot side.
This is crazy.
Bro.
He's waiting for his team to come through the gate. They're coming slowly. They know where YU Smile
Oh, he has full vision on them. Finds YU Smile, easy kill. But that's gonna allow Setsu to escape. Not PYW though. Very sad to support. they're just trying to play around their core, but their core can't do anything, so they just have to die in these situations, which is the most painful thing as a support.
Dire's middle
The
tower is
G2IG
under
just bring
attack.
numbers.
Yeah.
Right? LGD are not ready to do that quite yet. With only 5 kills on the board, 9k down, I don't know if they're going to be ready for a hot minute.
Yeah, set 2 again being set up now. Isn't really a finger of death, and he has a haste rune, so he should be able to squirm his way out of this sticky situation. Not too bad, but that's not really stopping G2IG from just taking such an aggressive position on the map, and they can absolutely afford to. Like you mentioned, LGD, even after they finish up this Radiance, which they just pick up on the Lifestealer, I'm not very sure whether they're ready to fight, but they might just have to pull the trigger. Looking for a potential wrap around through the Twin Gates from the Lifestealer, this could be a very interesting pincer maneuver.
Radiant
The
structures
tier 2 tower already going down. Oh, the immediate blink out. What a heads up play from JT. And now it seems like Mew, he's in a whole lot of trouble. The Blamer isn't going to do anything as they set up onto Mars again. The Lifestealer isn't even in the fight yet. They just will lose so many heroes. And now that Shiro has finally joined the fray, yeah, okay, a swap out to Monet, it's fine. You don't get a single kill, you just have to invest and run. The Bubblecast right there with the Hex, holding on to the Lifestealer. No save for you, PYW. He'll get a skewer in the backside, and it looks to be a team wipe on the back of a triple kill and a double. Nothing to say, and Monet tag team get it done. And JT hands in the air because he's got to be feeling good.
Oh, absolutely. That was a devastating fight for LGD. Literally nothing happened either, right? Like, IG just used their abilities. G2IG just hit them, and there was nothing that LGD could do. The arena was fine, but Primal doesn't get pulverized off. He just dies. Shadow Demon does nothing despite getting the abilities off. I didn't even notice a soulbind that fight. It just, all these abilities from LGD aren't amounting to anything.
I mean, that literally starts because as soon as the glyph is popped, it's so telegraphed that LGD want to fight, and they fall straight into G2IG's trap. Quick blink out from JT, heads up play from that Enigma, gets New in such a bad spot. You can imagine the difference in that situation if he actually connected on the Inkswell Pulverize. But not to be. 15k gold lead. Still don't need to move an inch. They still have the black hole and the gyro at full strength with the Satanic now. Oh, he'll just jump in. Fine, New. Easy pick off, but gets the stun onto 3, but immediate black hole just finds the 2 cores of LGD, and they just get melted. Setsu, he's still trying to stand his ground and fight, and now Shiro's starting to do quite a bit of damage, killing off Bobaca for now. The kiting is somewhat successful, but they've already lost so many members. This homing missile, is it gonna kill Setsu off the blink? Just surviving.
It's fine.
Yeah, but I mean, meanwhile, Shiro literally dies off screen. GG's called LGD out.
Oh man.
G2IG.
Holy LGD.
Yeah, I mean, they just get respectfully as possible to shout a legend. Kind of gets clapped there. Holy.
Yeah. Yeah, they got rolled over by G2IG. And maybe that's just a little bit, I don't want to say momentum, because they did lose their first series.
Yeah.
But like, a little bit of like, they're more practiced today. But, oh man, speaking of today, it's a full day of G2IG for us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not complaining if that's the level of plays that we're going to get to see. Whoever is their next opponent is going to have something coming for them. But unfortunately, we do have to bid goodbye to LGD. These qualifiers, they're really cutthroat, and if you want that international showing, if you want that chance to get that experience, you're really gonna have to work for it. And G2IG, they put pressure on, right? We talk about this team maybe taking a bit of a break, maybe sort of not applying that pressure to themselves works out, and even though they lose to Team 0-2-0, they're gonna be looking for some lower bracket revenge moving ahead.
Yeah, and they've got to be feeling good about that win too against LGD. Like, that is a big morale boost for your team.
Yeah. And so, of course, if you guys are watching this stream, you might not be super clued into what's going on the next. Of course, we had some pretty fast games, all things considered, with G2IG playing at the pace that they did. But for now, it seems like Dark Horse, they're 1-0 up on Kev, which is a bit of a surprising one, right? I think Kev, we talked about these old names, these veterans, being able to shock some of their opponents and even beat LGD yesterday. But it's not looking too good for Fly and Old 11. Hopefully, they can try and bring it back. But of course, we do need to wait for a little while longer before we find out who their opponents will be. So that will be maybe probably 2-ish hours or so. We'll wait for that game to wrap up. It's going to start at 8 p.m. SGT, China Standard Time. So be sure to stay back tuned for this. But while you're waiting, there's still a whole bunch of other streams happening. I think there's ESL Dota 2 Tango, where Middle East Mina is happening. That's Nigma Galaxy Galaxy playing right now, and PSG LGD Quest on ESL Dota 2 Earth. So you can catch even more Dota 2 action. But for now, for this stream, we'll be back with more G2 IG versus whoever their opponent will be between Kev and Dark Horse. But we'll see you guys in a bit.
Prepare for battle.
A person that you miss, mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days.
Not what you expected?
Sorry to disappoint you.
A loud mouth betrays a lack of skill.
I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality.
30 seconds to battle.
How could you let me do this?
The battle begins.
Villainy.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Lion's heart.
First blood, and it's already icing over.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This'll come in handy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Regeneration!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Reduce to your elements.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
To the impurities.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Illusion!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I will have my
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Cause I am! Ha!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
A loud mouth betrays a lack of skill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You're dead, and that's a cold, hard
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A golden thread.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Short-lived creatures. Here I am. A prize.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
May you ride on leather zephyrs.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dance,
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Such a fool, but I don't have the will to run from you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You three know nothing. You are most gracious.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Lion's heart.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A feast for my beetles. Mine.
Money changes hands.
Bounty.
Radiant's bottom tower has been denied. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
A golden thread.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Double damage empowers me.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Got it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Why do you hate Ginger so?
Another aims to see.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Aw, better luck next life. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Is over.
Dire's top tower is under attack. is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's turret has been killed.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Ooh, never felt that before.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's turret has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Thread the needle through your eyes.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
answers.
Roshan has fallen to the Dire. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
According to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Sounds so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never follow anyone, it's
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Transfigures once again. Lies beyond.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Bounty!
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A golden thread.
Radiant's top tower is falling. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Trickster's rune of illusion.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Double down!
Got it.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Every coin helps.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Radiant's structures are falling. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire victory.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not
been a bit of a hot day here. DreamLeague Season 23 China Close Qualifiers. Purposely and Crasheroni bringing you the action. And I mean, Dark Horse, they're here up against G2IG in this low bracket round 3 off of 2 back-to-back tough 2-1 games against Team Bright and just subsequently Kev. I mean, this doesn't get any easier for them.
No, it doesn't, especially after, keep in mind, G2IG just dominated LGD. Like, that series, there were inklings, but it did not look close. Now, you know, Sneeze, these two teams do have a little bit of history, and by a little bit of history, I mean they've played each other already.
Yeah.
And, didn't look too good for Dark Horse. Now, they do have a little bit more experience, a little bit of momentum their way, so maybe that amounts to something. But, I mean, G2IG, come on, they've been looking so good.
Yeah, I think that first series against Team Zero, maybe they were still waking up, getting prepared a bit too early in the morning for their liking. You know, we do know that this is a fact, right? Some players, when they have to play earlier games or later games, it really gets to them. But they don't seem deterred at all, and they seem ready to put Dark Horse back down in the dirt. Another 2-0, another team eliminated. And that's kind of the circumstance that we're in now. While on the Void stream, Azure is facing off against Team Zero, then that's the upper bracket situation. These two teams are going to be fighting for their life, and it's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker, I'll be honest, if both of them manage to make it through all the way to this point, only to lose out here. Especially for G2IG, I think expectations are high for that stack.
Yeah, Dark Horse, I mean, living up to their name right now, right? And I think that's exactly why they're named Dark Horse. That is exactly what they're meant to do. That's why they're here. They're the Dark Horse, and they've been proven to be so far. It's quite good. Like, they've taken out Kev, they took out Team Bright, and now they've got G2IG on the chopping block.
Yeah, it's kind of like that whole Reaper going from door to door meme, but we just don't know who the Reaper is yet. Is it G2IG? Yeah. Is it Dark Horse? I think it's funny that you say these two teams have history, because history as in good old yesterday, right? That's kind of when they first faced off. Maybe they've come into today with a few more decent ideas. I think one of the key things that stands out to me is, of course, Clockwork got a little bit of a buff, but I didn't think it was important enough for Dark Horse to feel so compelled about it that they picked it 3 games in a row for their post-fall.
Yeah.
So that's something I'm looking out for.
Yeah, I don't know what Sheep's been on, but like 7 games of Clockwork in the past week, 10 games of Clockwork in his pubs in the past week.
Yeah.
Literally, like, I can't imagine playing that many Clockwork games. You gotta be a mad lad to do that. And I love the hero, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I think he's like really good when you pair him up with the Wind Ranger, with the Razor, which is what they usually do.
Yeah.
So if they set up the Clockwork for success, if Sheep is good on Clockwork, sure, why not pick Comfort? Comfort is king.
Yeah, and I think a unit as an off-laner has been pretty interesting to me, especially. So it's funny, and the reason why we're going through some of the Dark Horse players is because realistically, you might not know them. You might not have heard of them. In fact, I think prior to some of these qualifiers, a lot of these names have largely been, you know, hidden in tier 3, maybe regional tournaments. We've barely even seen them, you know, scratch competitive play or at the tier 1 qualifier, tier 2 qualifier level. But these guys, they're showing themselves to be the real deal, right? A few sort of specialty picks. Back to the point I'm making about a unit, he seems to be more favoring these kind of ranged offlaners like that Razor, like that Wind Ranger that you said, that have tended to be weak points for some of these teams, right? Especially for these usual Blink Initiator offlane players, they don't really look as comfortable. This Dark Horse team is very clearly one that knows how to make that type of offlaner work.
Yeah, enable your offlaner and you'll go far, right? No matter what kind of role, like we saw earlier, enable your Mars and maybe Mars can actually do something.
Yeah.
But it was hard that game, and we'll see this game around if Dark Horse can enable that offlaner unit and play well around them. So far, nothing really targeted wise coming out from these bans in this draft. I'm not too surprised. I don't think you're really gonna ban out Clockwork. Like, that feels like such a waste.
Nah, there's no way you ban Clock, and I mean, at the very least, you sort of want to see what Sheep's really up to before maybe targeting that. They'll take out the Wind Ranger instead, something that Dark Horse can put on both safe lane and off lane. So far, they've been favoring it on a unit, but of course, both these teams, they might not have had time to really review each other's full, you know, replays and whatnot, because the games are going on concurrently. But I think G2IG, if history as in yesterday is any sort of indicator, this might be over pretty quick. Well, I'm personally keeping an eye out for G2IG to sort of show us how fast they want to play in some of these early picks, right? Because we saw that Luna and They were just going Burr. Monet was playing that.
Yeah.
And speaking of going Burr, Timbersaw is the first pick for Dark Horse. Not really a hero we get to see move past the bends anymore. Speaking of Burr, yeah, this is the Luna that we talked
Wow.
about. GTIG want to go fast, fast, fast.
And they're confident enough to pick it up first. That's kind of crazy. But I guess they already know potentially the offlane matchup, right? This could also be the mid laner. Comet or Small KK has been playing a lot of Timbersaw recently. But a unit's been playing it in his pubs. So, you know, it still could go either way. And you're an offlaner. Of course you play Timbersaw. What a dumb question to ask.
Yeah, and I think it's become a very integral skill. I think Timbersaw, it feels like 1.5 letter patches ago that he was basically, along with Doom Doom and DK first banned out. These few days, these few qualifiers, it feels like maybe teams have found out and figured out how to really deal with it, especially when you're going for that magic damage focused build early on. You're not quite as tanky and still pretty susceptible to the Luna's pace.
Lion.
All right, classic player hero combinations coming out from G2IG. I mean, we said comfort is king. How much more comfortable can you get with the Monet Luna and Baboka Lion?
Yeah, exactly. They already won with this particular sort of set of heroes previously. Why not run it back, right? You're feeling good, feeling warmed up on them. And I think that's kind of one of the benefits of having so many games on a particular hero. You no longer really need to think about how to cast your spells, how to chain your disables, what kind of limits your hero has. It all kind of feels very natural, and that's kind of what we usually see when Baboka's playing this Lion. Hasn't always looked the best, but if there's a patch for Lion, it's these past few, right? And there we have it, the Clockwork for Sheep. Headed up with a ranged offlaner here and there, but not too bad with the Timbersaw as well. And it could even be pivoted to the position 5 spot, right?
Yeah. Okay, listen. I know this might be like a little whack. What are the and I'm talking like probably 20%. What are the chances you're thinking that this is an offlane hoodwink?
I thought you were gonna say offlane Clockwork, and I was about to reach through my screen and slap you in the
absolutely
face.
not. Absolutely not. No. I think a lot less now that the Primal Beast has been picked up. I'm fairly certain this is a 5 hoodwink. But going back to their trends, Dark Horse, right? The Clockwork plus ranged offlaner.
Nah,
Technically,
no,
hoodwink's
dude.
one of those things.
I don't know what you're on, but I don't think Dark Horse are on the same boat. I'll be honest with you.
I don't think so either, but it is a possibility.
Yeah, much like how this Ench could be made if we're going to say things
All
that
right,
don't
I'm outta here.
exist.
All right, I'm out of here. See you
jeez.
later, dude.
Okay, but we do know X-Nova really loves this Ench, and it's going to be quite the lane dominator paired up with the Luna. I feel like G2IG, they're already squaring up very nicely in the lanes. I do have to wonder, though, G2IG clearly coming into this matchup with not a lot of respect if they're going to pick the Primal Beast into a Clockwork.
Yeah. Absolutely. It is not the easiest matchup for the Primal Beast at all. And Sheep, we've already talked about how much Clockwork this player has been playing. No chance in hell you're not familiar with the Primal Beast Clockwork matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a couple of patches ago that people were picking Clockwork only as a counter to the Primal Beast, right? They weren't even touching him other than that. Now, the Viper gonna come through as well. Dark Horse, I'm already getting a bit scared because they are playing very clearly to have strong, robust laners, but these guys, not very good at rotating, very static, won't be able to move around the map, not really that good at TP responding to some of the aggression that the Primal Beast might put out. And X-Nova, when he sees this lineup, he'll be licking his lips, trying to find creeps to band together with him and start ganking these lanes early on. I mean, Twin Gates rotations, TPs mid, wrap around from behind the tier 1 to tier 2 area, you name it, he's gonna get it done.
What do you think of this Viper pick though, Sneeze? It's okay. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I do like it with the Clockwork though. I just think that Viper has just the tendency to get rolled over.
Yeah.
And that's usually been the case that we've been seeing with the Viper. I don't think, like, for you and me, we've seen a few Vipers recently and none of them have looked good.
Yeah, I think that's kind of one of the scary parts about picking this hero, because when it comes to Viper, there's not much skill expression. It's just the hero is very limited in that regard, right? You're picking it to largely win the lane or maybe have a good Viper strike target. Sure, you have a Luna and a Primal Beast. Maybe they're thinking, okay, the Viper can bludgeon us through the early game and help us be this frontliner and allow for our supports to respond. You're going to need a whole lot more than that. And I can't help but feel like suddenly Dark Horse, in their last pick carry, it feels like it's going to be so much for Longfall to do, right, on his position 1, whichever he chooses to go for.
They could still go for to Faceless Void. I think that's probably the one that's speaking to me the most. You do have to be careful of Lion. Like, that's the only thing that's
You-
really stopping you from picking Void.
I mean, what the Lion is the only thing stopping you from picking face. So what about the Luna's 20 to 30 minute timing that's gonna end the game before you can even get your second item?
I mean, yeah, that's the biggest problem. But if you're getting good Chronospheres throughout the entire game, if you get really good lanes,
10
Luna,
seconds
it might not
remaining.
matter. If this is like a Viper Clockwork off lane, Luna could get
5
rolled.
seconds
True. Yeah.
remaining.
I mean, we didn't really consider that possibility or mention it just yet. But Viper, if that's gonna be a unit piloting that in the off lane, and it's gonna be Timber mid, it could be pretty decent. I mean, if Primal Beast is being played by Nothing to Say, Timber Primal Beast should be pretty easy. Yeah. I mean, Dark Horse, it really just depends on how they want to finagle it. It feels like they don't really have any options if their lanes don't go well, though, and that's what I'm concerned about.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's all going to be about these lanes. And these last two bans, I'm thinking, yeah, Lifestealer. Not too surprised by that. Literally the hero of the patch, right? Like,
Yeah.
no one's surprised when Lifestealer comes out.
There we go. There's that Enigma off lane. We already saw JT run this exact hero, and it looked amazing, right? They were able to bully out
Yeah.
the Lifestealer on the opposing side, played by PSG LGD's Shiro. And, oh, sorry, not PSG anymore. That's PSG Quest. So used to calling them that. But yeah, LGD. Silly me. It's now Hot Dog. How could I forget? But yeah, coming into this game, I am a little bit worried about Dark Horse's lineup. It feels like, no disrespect to them, of course, because Kev, at the end of the day, it was very neck and neck between those two teams. But it felt like they had no business winning that series against Kev, right? That game number 3, the way it ended, it really felt like Kev kind of fell prey to their own greed, but they were in such a good position, and Dark Horse basically
10
stole a freebie.
seconds remaining.
I'm not sure how many freebies you're going to get against G2IG, especially when you've put together a draft with very limited options, to be honest.
Yeah. Damage is definitely there. I don't think we're going to reach a point where Dark Horse are running out of damage. I think every single one of their heroes, minus the Clockwork, has a way of dishing out a large amount of damage. But I think the thing that I'm going to be looking out for the most is these Dark Horse level 6s. Both JI and Sheep are so their level 6 is so pivotal to their hero, right? Sheep, the Acorn Shot is great. The Bushwhack is fine. But a lot of the damage is going to come out early on, at least, from that Sharpshooter.
Yeah. And the Sharpshooter as well as the Viper Strike are going to be very important, especially when you're looking to take down Primal Beast or maybe even cut down Monet's effectiveness in the fights, right? Being able to cut that Luna Blessing and the Glaives, the Luna's not going to be doing shit. And we've already seen the Lifestealer Luna matchup. It hasn't really looked too good for the Lifestealer because he takes a bit more time and Luna ramps up a lot faster. But it's like what you said, if a unit's able to get off to a good start, it should be protected by Sheep or G here. I'm not really sure how they want to maneuver the lanes, but I still can't help but feel like G2IG, they'll be able to put on a lot of early tower pressure with that Ench Enigma combo. To see how it all plays out here. Definitely the options available for G2IG seem expansively wider. They can rotate with the Primal Beast. Not going to have too bad of a lane, right? And I mean, I guess that's the one opportunity for Dark Horse. If they're able to really smash the Primal Beast and put Nothing to Say out of commission, there's a pretty good chance there, but other than that, I'm not really sure.
Prepare for battle.
Now, look, I know different player, different region, different role, but what happened a few days ago with Collapse when he was playing Primal Beast kind of got dogged on in lane. What happened is he got like the 17, 18-minute BKB, and it all changed from there.
Yeah.
And if that same thing happens, if Nothing to Say gets dogged on in lane, you're not going to go for the Blade Mail. You're probably going to go for this early BKB. And outside of the Clockwork at that point, there's really no damage and nothing to stop you.
Yeah. I mean, it's still, at the end of the day, it's a Primal Beast into a Clockwork pick. So clearly Nothing to Say, extremely confident. And that's kind of what the feeling is coming into this series for G2IG, right? They feel like, okay, we took a tumble to Team Zero. We won on our A game. That shouldn't happen again. Very clear that that's what they're going for. The Luna first pick should be the biggest indicator of that. I'm quite surprised that we still see that Lifestealer in the last pick, because as much as it is the hero of the patch, we saw how that matches up already. It almost feels like Dark Horse, they either need to crush early, like way early, or they need to wait until super late into the game. Super late into the game, sure, you got Hookshot to interrupt BKB Black Hole, but that never feels too good.
No, it doesn't, especially when you have to deal with Primal Beast as well, and that's one of the reasons you picked this Clockwork, right, is to deal with that Primal Beast.
Perhaps. I mean, nothing to say is going to give you that one for free, right? Even though it was a bit earlier in the picking order. Maybe just something Sheep is comfortable with, Primal Beast or not. To get off to the races here, game number 1 of this best of 3 elimination series. One of these teams is going to go home, and I think everybody watching is not expecting it to be G2IG, but Dark Horse, I think they've already surprised people 2 times today. So it would be too out of the woods to say they have a good chance here.
Oh, you know what they say, Sneeze? Good things come in 3, and if Dark Horse, you know, they want that good thing. Might be coming their way, but they have to get through these lanes, and they have to get through them in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like they've put the Hoodwink down in the bot side, and they're instead pairing the Clockwork with the Viper, right? And I think that's pretty vital. You need a body for Viper to operate. I still do wonder whether the Clockwork himself is going to be tanky enough to deal with this overwhelming pressure from Ench as well as Luna. We already saw this combination, albeit with a Phoenix. Just that Luna Blessing double range combo is pretty nasty.
Now, Sneeze, I don't want to alarm you, my friend, but that's actually the Timber Saw on the offlane, so Clockwork will be laning with the Timber.
That's worse.
It is so much worse.
Look, I couldn't even comprehend it because I don't think that this would be a thing, but G, it's not even Sheep who's playing the clock. I mean, G brings it up. And a small little tidbit for everyone watching, and you know, if you might not speak Mandarin, you might not know, but there's a chance that G's name is just kind of a pronunciation of a Chinese letter, and that would make him a chicken. Which would be funny because that would mean the Dark Horse support duo is chicken and sheep. Farm animal vibes.
The whole barnyard.
Yeah. And George, someone get George Orwell in this spot right now. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, for now, he's not playing very scared, right? He's right up in them, clucking down their lane and really not giving them any space to work. But this is what we were a bit concerned about. Blood Grenade early on should be able to walk this one off with the help of a unit. I mean, that's kind of what they're playing for, right? Just one person bodies, one person heals up, switch seats.
Yeah. The only thing about Clockwork is doesn't really do too much when he's healing up. Timber Saw, you know, he's still got the Timber Chain. He can do a cheeky little whirling death every now and then. Clockwork, when you're low, you can't walk up and battery assault. You're just gonna die.
Yeah, Clockwork, in a way, it's a pretty one-dimensional hero, and I think that's why we always chalk it up to be like this, oh, big, manly, jump-in, full-commit hero. You don't really have any options once you've hookshot in, right? And you're just kind of in the fight. I think we've seen amazing Clockworks throughout Dota's history show us how to play ping-pong Clockwork, where you're in, and then you sort of make a bit of space with cogs, and then you juke out and distract your opponents. I think G's gonna have to be doing a lot of that this game. Okay, first blood though in the bot side. JT being run down. Despite his full Eidolon army, will just get auto-attacked, but not able to stop the army from taking a life. Sheep will fall down as a response.
This exact thing happened in game number 2 against LGD. JT, you know, gets first blooded, but then gets second blood because of the Eidolons and the nice stun from Bulbaka.
Yeah. And again, even though it's not ideal for the Enigma, the fact that he can just continue to exist in lane and put on the pressure, we saw those later level in Eidolons really do a number on the Lifestealer. And you know, Bulbaka's never gonna say no to free XP, baby. That's his shit.
No, absolutely. And, you know, to be fair, I don't think the level 6s are going to be as important for G2IG, but you're not going to say no to them, right? Untouchable and Finger of Death, that's going to set up a lot of kills. Not the Untouchable, but definitely the Finger of Death.
Yeah, I mean, Bulbaka, early on, we saw those Finger of Deaths being put to use, and this, really, I think when you think about Lion, this is the guy. This is, like, across all of Dota, this is the Lion player. So if there's anyone who's going to sling a couple of those out to maximum effectiveness, it'll be him. Cool play from Nothing to Say here in this mid lane. He understands that he can't match up directly into small KK, and he's just going to get run down. So he actually goes between the tier 1, tier 2, drags the creep wave, keeps it there, and now he has a double wave coming in. The only problem is I'm not sure whether small KK is going to allow him to get anything. But this TP in from Bulbaka could put the Viper in a bad spot. Yeah, he's in a very awkward position, but it looks like Bulbaka is not... Yeah, he doesn't really have the help of Nothing to Say, because Nothing to Say needs to clear these creep waves, onslaught through those heroes, not gonna stop that kill from happening. And now 3 heroes on Dark Horse have just converged onto this Primal Beast. With the Bushwhack and the Cogs, they'll push him around like a little chew toy, and the Viper will be able to clean him up. We talked about the importance of the Primal Beast having a good start, and this is the opposite of that.
Yeah, I very much like this Dark Horse like a safe lane. Oh my goodness, mid lane Viper. I do think that things would have maybe gone better for them if they put it in the off lane. But I mean, screwing over Nothing to Say, such a good start to your game, right? Such an important, crucial part of the IG lineup. And if you continue to do this, continue to make it so the Primal Beast at 5 minutes is like 18 CS. You know, do it one more time, do it 2 more times, Nothing to Say. He's not going to have much of a game.
Yeah, and I think Nothing to Say his player profile has really changed there, especially since he first came to prominence, right? When he was this hotshot rookie on PSG LGD, back when they were PSG LGD. I think he was always looked upon to carry the team on some of these spirit picks and really show up big time. But especially recently, he's sort of found himself more on these space creators, but you know what it is, with these space creators, you can't really get much done if you don't get these early kills. Thankfully, with the help of X-Nova though, he will be able to get some revenge on the Viper.
Very, very nice. Unfortunately, you can't get a bottle refill quite yet. 6-minute runes aren't quite there. JT.
Nice hex out. Catches the life stealer by surprise, and oh my goodness, body blocks. Bye-bye, Longfor. Just gets hunted down. I think he had that rage the entire time, but Bobaka leading with that hex caught the life stealer off guard. Great play from him.
It's rare that we see Lion get level 3 Hex. I think a lot of people either go second point into Spike or second point into Mana Drain. Against a Lifestealer, so good. Such a good use of your abilities from Bobaka. Understanding, right? This is a master Lion.
Yeah. And I think also there's been recent sort of nerfs to that Mana Drain, and because of that, we've actually been seeing more and more Lions get points into Hex, just like the old days. Geez, this mid lane, again, just being trampled down. Despite the Viper being big and strong with the Centaur at your face, you can't really continue chasing on this Primal Beast. And I think G2IG, despite that great early rotation from both supports and Dark Horse, they're doing a good job in making sure that Primal Beast still has a game here.
The supports are doing their best, I mean, for both teams. Right, bottle refills coming in galore for both of these players.
Oh, he's not done.
Children for Nothing to Say.
Trying to go forward, he understands just how strong he is with X-Nova running in with that Pinecone Raider. Throws out a seed shot, but it's not enough to kill a small KK. And he should be able to survive, run away from that Pinecone Raider. Just need one last auto. No, he couldn't find it. The seed shot was on cooldown, unfortunately, and the Viper lives. So ambitious move there from G2IG, not really respecting the survivability of the Viper at this point in time.
Viper's a tanky boy. I think people sometimes forget that. You know, his HP pool is a little distracting.
Oh, JT, just being run down here. The spray's out as well. That is rough. Longfor getting some revenge, but meanwhile, Nothing to Say fires right back. So this mid lane, back and forth we go, as both these laners just non-stop at each other. Really just trying to call on some of the supports to help them out, but comes at quite a cost, right? Bobaka gets caught out here by Sheep solo, and this really favors Dark Horse because their side lanes are just getting free.
Lanes are going well, like we talked about. If Dark Horse get out of the laning stage, things might start snowballing for them.
Oh, caught inside the cogs. Beautiful stuff from G. This clockwork, I think, a beauty so far. Nothing to Say, nowhere to run. Again, going down in this mid lane, an absolute bloodbath early on. And look, Monet, he's already being chased out. Sure, the Luna can jungle fast, but JT, he's kind of scared to occupy space down here and pressure because so far, every time he's gotten a bit aggressive, he's been punished by a sheep rotation. Now, if that level 6 and the Vlad's complete, maybe it's a bit of a different story.
I would think it is. I think as long as you have Black Hole Vlads, these Eidolons are doing a lot of damage. And that's all you really need, right? A little bit of extra control from Bobaka. You should be able to get the kill if they catch him in a black hole.
Oh, Monet.
These supports.
This wraparound. Dude, the supports on Dark Horse are doing a lot's work right now. They narrowly miss out on Monet, but it's like there's a setup. You want to get the kill onto the Timbersaw, bringing 3 members now, but Monet spots out the supporting cast. Just need to finish out the Timbersaw, no frills, and with that Pulverize, should be more than enough. Nice chunk of EXP as well. Nothing to Say gets that last hit. And despite that nice wraparound play from the Dark Horse supports, they can't connect to their offlaner in time to prevent that from happening.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they were just way too deep. Very good if they were able to get that, but it's just unfortunate they barely missed the Luna. That seems like it's been G2IG's motto for these last few games, right? Is just nearly dodge these ganks.
Yeah, this is a big one to dodge if they can get their way out of here, but Monet has no idea that small KK is coming. Potted out with that rocket flare. Nice start, and Viper Strike, Sharpshooter, straight onto the Lion. Bobaka He's not gonna be able to stand for long under this tower. Now Monet, he's left alone, surrounded by 3.
Radiant's middle
Nothing to
tower
say is
has
in the
fallen.
area, but it seems like Dark Horse, they don't want to commit for this
Dire's
any
middle
further.
tower is under attack.
No, necessarily. Like, it's not really a reason to. Viper wasn't really in the area. It was just the Clockwork Hoodwink. You don't want to push the envelope right now when you've pretty much destroyed the Primal Beast. The Luna's not having. She's having a fine time, but so is Viper, and that's the big one, right? They do need to kill Monet, which they recognize. Dark Horse are making the movements to try and kill her, but I mean, Monet's got these spidey senses, dude. I don't know.
Yeah. I think I like what the Viper is going for here. Basically, the usual auto-attacking Viper build-up. Has that Dragonlance queued, and wouldn't be too surprised to see something like a Hurricane Pipe, maybe even a Maelstrom later down the line, although maybe Mage Slayer might be a bit better this game. Either way, I think it's important just because the Lifestealer doesn't really want to hit these objectives early on, but someone's got to do it, right? So if they can play around the Viper, you know, cast their spells around him, as the sports have been doing so well so far, they can actually close out the map quite a bit and force G2IG into a rough spot. I mean, all things considered, this, other than the Primal Beast, the G2IG lineup in the rest of their cores, the Luna and the Enigma, they're pretty greedy.
Yeah. I think that it all, like, Enigma's probably the best hero to be ganking right now. I think Luna, like, this area in which she's farming is so large that you don't ever quite know where she is, especially when you don't have wards covering the area. So you're on this wild goose chase up through the strip looking for this Luna. You get someone, but it's only a lion. So it's
like,
fine, but it's not what you want.
You don't have enough tools to sweep through this area quickly, right? All your heroes have nothing in the way of mobility, or I mean, I don't really count the Scurry, and you don't even have a hookshot online yet. And this tier 1 tower is going to be a good starting point though. I mean, that's going to allow them to close in on Luna, make her feel a lot less safe staying in this area, and a couple of rocket flares, maybe lucky ones, they should be able to catch her out for now. Both supports on the roll again. Dark Horse feels like a lot of their early game dictated by Sheik and G. Oh, straight in with the black hole, catches on the 2. JT with that high ground vision just gets the jump, and now X-Nova TPing in as well. Who are you ganking again? Couldn't be me, right? You just find your death. JT just laughs in their face.
That's what I get for saying anything, Sneeze. That checks out, dude. YG, they've got a bunch of heroes down bottom as well. They're circling where the Lifestealer is. They don't seem to be quite done yet.
I mean, you know, I feel like the Lifestealer kill might be a little ambitious after you use your black hole, but who knows? Maybe Nothing to Say gambles down here a little bit and takes a little look-see to see what he can find for now. Still focusing very much on the farm. The Blade Mail, like you mentioned, didn't have bad enough of an early game that he wants to forego that, but I think it might be important, right? Because the only thing these Dark Horse calls can do is try and kill you before you kill them, and I think that's going to put the Primal Beast in a great spot in these team fights.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those don't hit me items, right? There's not too much uncontrollable damage for Dark Horse. I mean, some could argue that Hoodwink has uncontrollable damage, which she does, but it's not the biggest, it's not a huge thing. So the Blade Mail is going to be this, like, hey, protect me, Viper, stop hitting me, Timber, leave me. Lifestealer doesn't necessarily care, but the other 2 cores from Dark Horse, they're like, okay, we'll back off, we'll let you chill, give you a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, the only real burst damage that Dark Horse have is on this Timber and maybe the Hoodwink, right? And it feels like there aren't great targets. When you build up that Blade Mail, I guess the main focus is going to be this Enigma, but then suddenly Luna's going to roam free in the fight. You know, it's just, it just feels like there's so many little things you need to worry about. The edge creeps, the Eidolons, the Lion coming in with the control. But now, being pressured up on this mid lane tower though, that catapult, but nobody on G2IG bothering to come by. One Earth Spike from Mobica's got to be enough to defend it for now. Of course, they haven't really gotten much traction out of their movements on the map in the past 5-10 minutes. I mean, a couple of nice early ganks from the supports, but maybe now with the hook shot and the sharpshooter combo, things will change. But it almost feels like that little missed move from them after trying to get the gank on JT scared them a bit. Now they're playing a bit hung back.
It really slowed the roll that Dark Horse were going for. I think that even like that gank on Luna, that is like really what started it. It's just been a miss and a miss, and hopefully not another miss, because I don't know how many more misses Dark Horse can take.
Yeah, I guess later down the line, they're not too afraid because they think that their cores are going to be strong enough to stand their ground and fight. JT is hitting a devious timing though. I think he has the Midas flying out to him. Yeah, that's fully complete at 12 minutes. So Vlad's Arcane's Midas already on your Enigma. This guy's feeling mad comfortable. And Monet's right there with him, right? Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, full smoke out, coming through the Twin Gates, finding a unit. Gonna buy himself some space, but there's nothing to say. Right on his tail and straight into the Finger of Death. A few raindrops does buy him a little bit of time, but G2IG, they bring the full squad and they melt down that Timber.
Lion's level 15 talent makes it so that these early finger kills are so incredibly important, right? Ideally, come that level 15 online with that 70 max health per finger, you're getting like, you're wanting 6 or 7 finger kills. But the earlier 6, the earlier you start making these fingers that count, better it'll be for you in the long run.
Is this not a hex cooldown game? Especially against like a
It could be.
I kind of feel like the hex.
I think if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Bobica. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Bobica.
Is that the?
I think it's somewhat uncommon. Like, I think it depends on the game. I think you might be right on the money, though. I think the hex is probably a lot more valuable.
Yeah, because I feel like the only time I see 70 max health per Finger of Death kill talent picked up is when you're playing like a pub and you're like trying to like amp up on the Lion. But
Sure.
like, I feel like in these pro games, Hex is just so valuable, and you already mentioned it in the draft, right? It's gonna be a very key tool for them, because with the Lifestealer, a hero like him, you need all these nuclear reactions like the Black Hole, like the Pulverize, like the Hexes, and they are in limited supply, especially when you have a Viper and a Timber to worry about as well. So I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, we'll see what Bobica goes for.
We'll see.
We just need to take our notebooks out. Take notes, because this is the Lion Master we're learning from, okay? Yeah, whatever we say doesn't even freaking matter. It's what Bobica
He's gonna get
does.
stats level 15.
Yeah,
Bobica doesn't care.
Style on us. He's gonna somehow. He's so good at Lion. He's gonna get level 25 talent at level 15. That's how. That's the Bobica difference right there.
Yeah. Checks
Stay,
out.
yeah,
Checks
stay
out.
tuned, folks. There's a reason why this guy picks Lion when nobody else does. Sheep, unfortunate position, but no blink on Bobica means that to be able to scamper his way out of trouble. Still sticks around though. Okay, well, not sure what that was about. Dodged the gang and then decided, look, you know what? I respect the effort. Bobica, my lord, please take my life.
Get him closer to that 25, baby. It all starts here.
Yeah, come on. He knows what's up. He knows the game plan. 4K gold lead now though for G2IG. And again, this Luna drop is looking scary. I feel like as soon as this Luna gets her next 1 or 2 items, it's the Manta she's actually going for this game, so not concerned enough to get something like BKB. A little bit of an adaptation here, but Monet, he understands when his power spike is going to be, and Manta and Roche, pretty free tier 2 towers, I reckon.
I mean, you'd hope so. Lifestealer, he's not going to be ready quite yet. He's still a ways away from his Radiance. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know what Viper's going to be doing. You know, he's got a lot of gold. He's got the Hurricane Pike. He's going Maelstrom, probably into Glype. Okay.
Yeah.
But the Viper seems to, like, small KK outside of the landing stage. I haven't really felt the effect of this Viper at all.
Yeah, I think the whole idea was that it's supposed to square off against the Primal Beast and put him down, which it sort of did, but at the same time, Dark Horse, you know, it was really much because of your supports and the rotations that were doing the job. Ever since then, I mean, nothing to say, he's been able to largely recover, and he is keeping track. Sure, he's still behind the Viper, but it's not that big of a deal because the Viper went for a very farming-focused build. At JT, he's just raking in this gold like crops and harvest season. My goodness, he already has a blink. You take a look at the disparity between both these offlaners and how much gold they have. A unit, I mean, early Yules and almost to his own blink, so maybe that could get him in good spots to actually start pressuring out some of these G2IG heroes.
How much does Yules help you this game, though? Is it really that big of a deal? Like, I guess you can Yule, like, it's offensively a good tool, but defensively, I'm not too sure about.
I mean, defensively, if you consider cancelling Black Hole a good tool, then yeah. Because who else
Well,
can
that's
do
what
it?
I meant offensive. That's what I meant offensive.
Okay.
Right, canceling Black Hole, canceling Pulverize. I think it has the offensive capability. That's not what I'm arguing. Just defensively, I don't know how much it does for this game.
Well, for now, Yules or not, looks like nothing to say. Being set up a bomb in this top side. Not sure what he's doing in this neck of the woods. Finds the sharpshooter to the gut. Easy kill there for Dark Horse as they defend their perimeter. G2IG don't really want to let that go unpunished, but Bobica can't really find anyone Has that Blink Dagger complete already? Closing in on that level 25 talent. That's crazy.
Oh my goodness, what an early Roshan that they can just do because of this Vlad's Luna and the ice armor from the creep as well. Be a fairly free Roshan. I don't know if Dark Horse even like think that this is happening. I don't think it's on their radar at all.
It is. Clockwork Flag comes
it.
right in, and they know this is happening, but nobody is in position, especially that tier 1 tower in the offlane taken down so early. It's going to be very hard for Dark Horse to mount any sort of defense here. It should be just an easy pickup, and it really goes to show you just how strong G2 IG feel when they're doing this Roche after their Primal Beast starts.
Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, you do have the outpost right there, so Primal Beast could just come back as soon as he's up. Maybe, you know, not too bad, not too, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Not too crazy of a move, because you're so close to any sort of rotations.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Are scanning.
What do we have here? I mean, and unit ends up going for that Kaya ahead of the Blink. They're just trying to scale up, maybe amplify his own farm. It doesn't seem like Dark Horse are interested in any moves on the map. So far, it's largely been pretty passive from them, just essentially letting G2IG get everything they want, which I feel like is the one thing you shouldn't do against G2IG. Because where we've seen them crumble is when their lanes don't really go according to plan, and Nothing to Say doesn't really have a lot of options, when Monet can't farm, but all those things, all those checkboxes, find them easily. Nothing to Say now gets caught up by the Clockwork. Looks like Longfall is in the area as well, and another death from the Primal Beast. Nice double stun up. Pick up death, try for the turnaround, but it's not going to be enough damage. Good try there from Bobacar to set that up. Here comes X-Nova. Black Hole on the 2. JT right in the mix. Catches the Life Stealer as well. And he doesn't have rage for another 7 seconds. No mana. Monet's just going to walk them down and make them pay for that transgression. Coming through to try and kill our Primal Beast. You will suffer for that one. And now IG on the back of this Aegis, they can just keep it rolling.
They might get Small KK too. Maybe Small KK will get the Enchantress.
Yeah, that seems that way. For now, it's a Hex TP in from a unit, but there's Eclipse right on the back. Monet wraps around, and now a unit TP'd into his own death. Essentially a team wipe. Dark Horse, very disconnected set of plays there, and they lose their whole team for it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Once again, Sneeze, this Viper
Radiant's
just
middle tower
not
is
hitting
under
for me.
attack.
Like, if Viper was in that original fight, I mean, he just gets black holed if he's in that original fight. But, you know, maybe if Viper's there, you know, it doesn't go that way. They can still push the aggressive instead of retreating where they went. So, I don't know. I'd like to see more. And I think the Dark Horse, they're still very much in this game, despite being 6k behind and they're losing tier 2 towers. I think they still have an opportunity to get back into this game. But Viper has to start showing something for his net worth.
I don't know how much you can show though, because I feel like that's kind of the problem, right? Whenever we see these mid games go so poorly, it's always on the back of, oh, you've drafted 3 heroes that the supports can't play through, and that's literally it. You can't make any moves, even when you have deep vision, you can't find Monet, and you just kind of need to walk, and now you'll be walking into your own grave. Nice little bushwhack to hold them back. G2IG, they're trying to get the kill onto G. Nice hook shot away as well. We'll just have to settle for a courier kill. But yeah, it's so terrifying here as G2IG will just be able to walk over, steal away the Tormentor. This is just cookie cutter stuff from them. We've seen them rinse and repeat this in 2 games versus LGD. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They're running the same strat against Dark Horse, and Dark Horse have no response.
I don't know why you would ever, like... I guess Dark Horse, maybe they didn't... Obviously, they didn't watch last series as they were playing of their own. But you have to have some sort of idea of the draft, the playstyle of what just happened to LGD. And I don't think that Dark Horse think they're a better team than LGD. I think they think they're a good team. I think that any team is thinking they're a good team is a good thing to do. But there's no way you think you're better than LGD. There's no way you should be letting a draft through. There's no way you let Monet get Luna and then let her free farm the entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. Look up though. They're gonna try for some sort of a defense here, but instantly in. Bobacar, no fear on this Lion. Hook shot, not even going to connect. There's a Lion in the middle of your tier 2. There's no way he doesn't pay for that. The rest of G2IG, they need to try and run away now. Looks like Dark Horse, they're sensing there's time to strike. But G, he tries to make space in the middle, but instantly dies. Buyback from the line. They're ready to just put an end to this game very early. Huge Earth Spike and the onslaught in. It's just such a great setup. And JT's Black Hole is not even needed, but when it finally comes through, oh boy, does it hit. You buy back on the clockwork, but there's nothing else. Your calls are just dead. A unit, one last glaive will just finish him off, and the only person remaining is G, who came back into this fight just to watch his team lose it all. X-Nova feeling so comfortable running in. Felt like a desperation play from Dark Horse that leads them nowhere but the end of the line. As Monet just able to stand his ground. I mean, hell, JT was just chilling that whole fight.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He just came in for the black hole for the hell of it. He didn't even need to, really.
No! Just one Malefice would have done the job just fine. And, I mean, Dark Horse, again, nothing to really cancel the black hole on anybody. It's just the clockwork, and he buys back in the fight. He knows that if I run up and try and call, I'm going to get caught here. Hook shot in, G. What is this about? I mean, you're going in, maybe trying to set up for the TPs back for the Viper. Sharpshooter being wound up as well. X-Nova looking to be in some trouble, able to just pop up to the high ground though. And Lunfa, I think he quickly realizes that there's way too much damage. Small KK will try for the chase through though. They want to full commit onto this Luna, but she fought the BKB. Another killer stun from Bobaka. And in comes Nothing to Say with the onslaught through. I don't know why Dark Horse are chasing so far forward. GG is called. Maybe that's why. Maybe they feel like they don't have any other options. But realistically, from the draft, we all already saw that coming. And unfortunately, G2IG, they're gonna rinse and repeat the very same thing they did to LGD. Dark Horse, I get that their own game was tough and the series was long, but surely you should have seen this one coming.
Exactly, Sneeze. I don't know. There's no way this can happen. There's no way you can let this happen again, at least, right? No chance in hell is Luna gonna get through the pool.
I mean, also, I think the fact that they first picked Luna, and I still, at the end of that whole draft, I could not tell you what the idea was to counter her. I could not tell you what the thought was behind, okay, here's where we're going to meet the Luna and here's how we're going to beat her in our own game. It felt like they were just, okay, you know what? We'll pick Viper. Viper can break the Luna. Cool. We have Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter can break the Luna. Nice. And that's where it ended. The discussion was done. And clearly, it didn't pan out the way they were hoping. This Lifestealer last pick almost felt like a bit of a bait because we've seen that matchup before. Sure, Lifestealer, hero of the patch, but Luna is still Luna. She's still gonna hit the timing, still gonna run at you after first Roche, and still gonna crush you before you're even ready to fight.
It's the same reason teams still pick Medusa a little bit, right? Those timings that she can hit are incredibly strong and incredibly early too. There are very few heroes, position 1 wise, that are ready and raring to fight come 25-20 minutes.
Luna's just the top tier one. I mean, we've seen it in multiple occasions where, you know, as soon as a team needs to amp the pace, it's always TA, always these Lunas, the heroes that can flash farm, really put an end to the game before it can even start. And I feel like for the side of Dark Horse, I'm not very sure what the idea was coming into this draft, but they're gonna have to fix it up if they want to stand a chance here. It's been a long slog of a day for them. Can understand the fatigue start to set in. Maybe they just want to keep it simple, but simple ain't gonna work. And G2IG, one game away from moving ahead, while Dark Horse, they made a great run so far, but it might just come to an end. Stay tuned for game number 2 to see what happens right after this short break.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like
Crash, we're on our second series of the day here for Dream League Season 23, and I guess G2IG's team name really was a good representation of what they were going to give us. Game 2s only, I guess. I mean, we don't seem to be going any further than that. Every single match that we've seen them come through so far, they've just been dominating. First, it was LGD earlier on, 2-0, easy sweeps. Now, against Dark Horse, it's kind of looking like a similar deal. Maybe some of the fatigue starting to set in for the Dark Horse side.
Yeah, they did not let that loss to Team Zero get them down, right?
Mm-hmm.
They sweep LGD, and they're looking pretty set up to sweep Dark Horse, too.
Yeah, I think as in Southeast Asia, we like to call it intro boys. Basically, you do very well at the start and at the start of the game, and then you end up losing because you can't finish the job. They're the opposite of that. At the start, they're like, early in the morning, still waking up, haven't had their cup of coffee yet. And then now, when it's like, middle of the day, they got all their energy, ate a couple of good meals, maybe went for a little hot pot for lunch. And they're all juiced up, ready to go and keep running in this close qualifiers here. I think coming into this close qualifiers, definitely one of the teams that everyone had their eye on to qualify, especially since they did so well in the qualifiers for Birmingham, and they're the team that made it there. So high hopes there for this stack for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And I guess it's the exact opposite for Dark Horse in a way, right? No real expectations set for them. I dare say I don't think there's an org behind them.
No.
I think this is just a stack.
Just
so,
some fellas.
to go this far, keep your eyes on them, everyone.
Yeah, I guess so. But at the same time, I think that at a certain point, there needs to be a place where we stop in a way sympathizing for these stacks coming in, right?
Sure.
Because at the end of the day, you don't want to just perpetually be fodder. You don't want to just be someone that these big alts skip to. You want to sort of put up a challenge. I think that for Dark Horse, up against Team Bright, up against Kev, they went the distance, they really put up a fight. But I think that, you got to sort of get people's attention some way, right? That's how you maybe make your way onto some better stacks, or maybe that's how you eventually secure the support of an org. More infrastructure equals more opportunities, stuff like that. That's what all these players are playing for anyway.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, for sure. So we are in the draft sneeze, my friend, and we have once again pretty similar bans. Nothing too crazy coming out. The Eng got banned from Dark Horse this time around, so we're not going to be seeing that. And they do take out the Chen as well, which shows that they are not willing to get stomped like that again.
Yeah, I think X Nova has shown time and time again that he's supremely comfortable on these. I don't even know whether you call them summoner position 5s, but just it's these two who always command the creeps, rotate around the map, and it's something that really seems to align more with these experienced position 5s where they know how to make the most out of each map movement and each creep. X Nova definitely showed the value of his Eng pick just now, even though it's not necessarily top tier on the meta. Tiny's got to get snatched up, a big Bobaka special. We saw him just dominate LGD in that game number 1 that they played against him.
Bobaka was is still, I feel like, the cornerstone of G2IG. On the Lion, on the Tiny, so nice. I didn't even recognize that. It's exactly that though. Is proven time and time again. I feel like in game number, was it 2 against the Disruptor, he just kind of stands on the high ground and waits for the toss target in the middle of a static storm. He's just chilling, cool, calm, and collected, waiting for the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dark Horse, they bring out the big guns here. This Lina is something that small KK in that mid lane is supremely comfortable on, and they decide, hey, if we're going to go out, we're going to go out guns blazing, quite literally. I'm not sure whether picking a hero like that early on is advisable. Maybe they're thinking this still could be a nothing to say mid lane Tiny, and they're sort of covering their bases there. Grab that Tusk up immediately for themselves as well.
I'm not too... Look, I don't believe in this Tusk. I am not a Tusk believer right now. Okay. I think he's a very high execution hero. And when you're putting that much pressure on any of your players, especially one game down, it could lead to some flops. Right now, if Sheep or G step up, I don't know who's going to be playing this Tusk, whoever, if they can step up, things might change, right? These two supports at the early game for Dark Horse were controlling the entire game. The rotations, mid, top, perfect every single time. Well, not that one time that they missed the Luna. But at that point, they missed once, and they were like, well, I guess we're done ganking now.
Guess we're chilling.
We've
Yeah, I
missed
guess
one
that's
smoke
it.
gank.
We messed up
Yeah.
one time. It's over.
But you can't let that get to you, right? You miss a gank, you got to keep going. Tusk is a hero that has to keep going, getting these ganks.
Yeah.
You're not going to sit in a lane passively farming a blink. You're going to be getting them from assists and kills.
Yeah, and even if you weren't making moves, you want to be sort of on positions on the map where you're farming unsafe so that you can take that pressure away from your team. They immediately snatch up the Mars and the Phoenix. Huge team fight now, being armed up on the Dark Horse side in response to the Dragon Knight Mirana. So very strong traditional quote-unquote kill lane. Dragon Knight, high flexibility. He did get a little bit of a nerf, but I don't think it's that significant, right? The key change to Dragon Knight this particular letter patch was that they adjusted it so that your Manta Illusions transform back to melee form or at least they can't be range form if you're already back in melee form. But the downtime on that is so low. I think that's kind of more of a it really shouldn't have been the case thing, right? It's a slap on the wrist, but Dragon Knight's still strong. The heroes, the items that he built are still great. I like this Phoenix selection because it allows him to burn through some of that HP, give your Lina some good healing and egg to fight around. But Lifestealer kind of feels like a perfect pick here. I don't know.
Yeah, a little bit of thorn in the dark horse is this Lifestealer, right? But kind of lost them that first game, and now it's going to potentially lose them game number 2 as well, as Lifestealer lanes against Mars so well, right? It's not even funny. And you're laning 2 strength melee heroes against Lifestealer Mirana.
I think it could be a Phoenix position 4, right? You put the task with a potential Lina pause 1 and you last pick your mid. I think that might be the trap that Dark Horse are running down. I would certainly hope so, because I feel like any other orientation would put them in a very difficult spot.
That's what I'm thinking too, right? Is if you Tusk Mars, that lane's pretty much over already, like before it even starts.
I guess you can try and capitalize on early tag team levels to outmuscle the Lifestealer, but that's like a very small window that the Mirana can help with as well. You know, it just doesn't look too good. A Dark Horse, they're going to focus some of the final bans towards JT from that off lane. Started out with the look towards his Magnus, as well as the Enigma and Primal Beast now. And JT, you know, they ban out the Meepo, so respect there and maybe not wanting to bring it out themselves. Kind of feels like they need what are they missing here? They have some tower pressure with Dragon Knight, which likely is going to be nothing to say his hero. They don't have overall last pick, so it would benefit them the most to pick something that could still be divvied up between Dragon Knight and whatever last pick they have to, you know, try and deal with Dark Horse's overall last pick. I don't know, still could be a Lina mid, right?
Yeah. I think the DK is one of those heroes that does fine against Lina mid. I mean, it's a range hero versus DK. It's always a little tough, or it's a Lina specifically against any melee hero. A little tough, but DK is specifically one of those heroes that can kind of stand his ground and tank the Lina damage.
Yeah. I mean, it's clear why they picked this DK, apart from it literally being one of the best heroes in the patch.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it feels like G2IG's draft is all about, right? They got Tiny, Mirana, Lifestealer, Dragon Knight. These are all literally some of the best heroes in the patch. And conveniently, because of Dark Horse's lineup, it's just fitted perfectly in. So you give G2IG the reason to, they're going to snatch it up every single day of the week. Death Prophet is the final ban for Dark Horse. They're worried a bit about the early tower pressure that can come through. And just the staying potential. Because Dark Horse, it feels like they don't have a lot of sustained damage over time other than the Phoenix Sunray and maybe the Lina. That could prove to be a big problem if they're not able to burst down these G2IG targets immediately in the fights.
So is it safe to say that we're thinking the G2IG are looking for some sort of ranged offlaner? Or some sort of mid laner to lane against Lina? Those are pretty much their 2 choices.
Yeah. I think the fact that the Lina gets picked up so early on also just diminishes the value of picks like the Park, even though it would be really good into this support duo, like the silencers and the control, it's so nice, but you don't want to risk putting nothing to say in a bad matchup. Or maybe you do, right? He's already been in that situation. The Viper and the Primal Beast, it's clear he knows how to make that work. Razor's the final ban, which I think is great heads up ban there. And Omni Knight is the selection. Okay.
Huh.
That's a big screw to the Lina position 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't see this one coming.
No, me neither. I didn't think this was the direction they were gonna take the draft, but Timber saw last pick, 3 strength cores. Yum, yum, yum. Time to chop them down to size. Small KK. Parting that Timber saw in the mid. You already mentioned this is something he really likes. And give him the opportunity, he's gonna snatch it right up. I kind of have a feel like, you know, with this last pick, Timber, looking real juicy. They don't have a lot of control for him other than the DK stun and Mirana arrow, maybe a tiny. That's I just listed all the disables that G2IG have.
Very cool. Do you want to list their slows too, Sneeze?
Yeah, Omni Knight, what the hammer.
Go on.
And
What's it called? What's it
Hammer
called?
of Purity, if you're gonna
Oh,
really
there it is.
stretch it out and be
Yeah,
bitch
I
about it,
am.
okay? And Monet Ghoul Frenzy. And if you want to get real
Nice.
specific, Tree Toss.
Okay,
And for going
yeah,
even
I'll
further
take
down
it.
the line, Corrosive Breath. and
Yeah,
and once you
you're
get the
right.
shot on X Nova, Mirana, Leap, upgraded by Aghanim Shout, where she
Wow.
breathes out a little bit of stardust, and somehow that slows you a little bit for some reason.
It like gets in your eyes, and you're like,
Oh,
the Stardust,
yeah.
help me.
I don't know how much that's gonna do though, but I can't help but feel like G2IG, they need to make some great moves on the back of some early Moonlight Shadows. If not, as Timbersaw, he's gonna roll them.
Yeah, and Small KK, this is a hero that is going to be fine against the Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
It would do great against the Dragon Knight, even where DK can kind of stand its ground against the Lina, like we talked about the Timbersaw. It's not the same story.
I guess the one thing that you have going for you is that Timbersaw in that mid lane, it's not nearly as effective because you want to drag heroes to you in the mid lane, but that's largely where they want to be anyway, and it could get scary, especially if they bring the numbers. It's very easy to connect, and Timbersaw, it's always this story of if you die a couple of times, you know, a lot of your effectiveness in the game goes down. You don't really have any slow stuns, any way to set up kills. You're a lot of damage, and you're supposed to be a body. And if you start giving away that early advantage, you're less of a body and not even that much damage, to be honest.
Predictions going into this game number 2, Sneeze. How you feeling?
Dark Horse, give us a third.
Yeah?
Look, Crash and I, we've casted a couple of different regions so far. 2-0s every single damn time. Dark Horse, you gotta tell me that you're able to take it to game 3, 2 series in a row, and in this last amazing matchup against G2IG, you're gonna slip and fumble the back. Come on. You know, you got a nice last pick, Timbersaw. Why am I suddenly pep talking them? I don't know. But Dark Horse, give us a game 3
pump
here.
them up, dude.
Yeah, come on, get
Hell
it,
yeah.
guys. You know, I know you guys are criminally exhausted, probably a bit dehydrated, not taking care of yourselves and eating proper meals, but this is Dota, baby. You gotta make them sacrifice. Okay, this is started going in a bad direction. But I think the point I'm trying to make is that I think Dark Horse has the tools that they need to succeed this game. The Omni Knight last pick, I can kind of understand where they're going for, where they're trying to bulk up, but I think the Timbersaw just ruins that game plan entirely. So
Yeah.
let's just see how this one plays out. I think, not to be a biased caster or anything, but just for the sake of a game 3, I'd love to see Dark Horse come alive.
Hell yeah, I'm right there with you, dude. And it's exactly that, right? Dark Horse, we talked about how, you know, eyes are going to be on them. Not just our eyes, not just the viewers, but orgs as well. These players, these teams. This, you know, China isn't the biggest region. There's a lot of, you know, old names and not too many new ones coming out.
Yeah.
Dark Horse, they're right now one of the newest teams.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is with the Chinese region, of course, we don't need to mention any of this, but it's a region that's plagued by a lot of infrastructural problems that we don't even need to get into it, but I'm sure everyone knows what you know, they always say it's just this whole new set of old players. Nobody really finds motivation. I mean, hell, even the older players are thinking, okay, you know, streaming seems to be a better avenue of revenue, right? You're sort of a lot more successful there. There's a lot more eyes. We're trying to make it in this stacked region where the top is a zero-ray extreme army coming back for like the upteenth time and ruining everyone's day. It's like, it's just so hard, right? So if you're able to show that you got grit and you got that dedication to improve and adapt and really overcome, then, you know, maybe, just maybe, you're gonna get your shot. And I think everyone's hungry for new fresh Chinese talent for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I think, you know, not to toot my own region's horn, but, you know, NA's very similar, right? There's a lot of old players, not a lot of new ones that are stepping up quite yet, right? There's a lot of tier 2 players, but people haven't quite reached the tier 1 scene yet.
Yeah. There's no doubt about it. They're playing Dota and they're being competitive, but they aren't... It's very clear to see the difference between a competitor and someone who's just playing these qualifiers, right? It's G2IG, they've all been competitors before. They've all been at that international stage, very experienced players, bringing that to this qualifier now. And probably one of the reasons why they were able to grit through and qualify for Birmingham. So I think, you know, even for Dark Horse, even if they were to take a tumble here, if they're able to get one game, that's got to be a huge booster to their confidence, showing that they can contend with the big guys.
Absolutely. And if they take one, hell sneeze, they could probably take two too.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of how it's been going for the series so far. And like we mentioned, I think a lot of eyes, for me at least, going to be on this Tusk Lina. They confidently snatch it up in the first pick. This is a Longforce specialty here. I think the only hero I think he's more prolific on other than this Lina is perhaps the Troll or maybe the Lifestealer, but clearly, you know, that didn't work out the first time. So I'll give it a bit of a one-eye closed situation.
Do you know what L'Enfer's name means in French?
No, all I did when I first realized I was going to be casting him a little bit more this season is I asked my only French friend how to pronounce it, and apparently it's a quote. It is. It's a quote from Jean-Paul's. I don't know what piece of literature or what sort of piece of culture.
It's a play, I'm pretty sure.
It's a play. Okay. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, it's hell is other people. Which is honestly pretty cool name.
That's such a
Pretty cool name.
Dota player ass name to
Yeah,
have.
it
Hell
is.
other people. True. I'm sure your average POS 1 player in your pubs feels that way. They're like, you know, your
dude.
POS 5 comes to the lane, messes up a pool. He's like, oh my goodness, come on, man.
Hell is other people.
Hell is you right now. You're literally my living nightmare.
Imagine how we felt during the tri-lane era, dude.
Oh my goodness. I don't even know if he was around in the tri-lane era, I'll be honest.
Who
We
knows?
don't really have a good idea on a lot of these players. Early doors, not really any bouts of aggression. And I think most surprising to me is that Nothing to Say is still doing completely fine in this lane. I guess, you know, even though the Timber can shred your HP, at the end of the day, the Dragon Knight is still going to regen at an absurd pace, right? So I don't even know whether that matters.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of oversight on my part. I guess, you know, DK doing a lot better than... He's got a lot of denies too, actually, which is, I think, the big factor in this lane. Is that DK is able to deny out the Timbersaw and lose a little bit of XP for KK.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to the item build, right? Take a look at what Nothing to Say has. He's teched completely perfectly for this matchup. A stick and 2 bracers to give him that additional attack damage for those denies, basically forcing KK to use mana and use Whirling Depths to secure last hits. I mean, all the Timbersaw has in response is just a bottle, right? And that doesn't really help you out other than sustain. So, I mean, clearly, Nothing to Say, very practiced with this matchup, very comfortable. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really hamper him one bit. It's kind of scary as well because the thing with Timbersaw is that you want to occupy your mid lane as long as possible and drag heroes to you. But if the Dragon Knight alone is sufficient to deal with you in the lane, it's just going to remain static and you're not going to affect these side lanes that IG won't be too sad about, right? They're not... They would hate to be bothered here on their Lifestealer.
Yeah, and Lifestealer is a hero that doesn't leave lane, really, ever. If he can stay in lane for as long as possible, he's very, very happy. It's going to take a Timbersaw gang to really force him out of lane, but that means the mid tower probably going to die.
Correct. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, Crash, I don't even know whether the Timbersaw is enough, because at any moment's notice, you can still TP JT in for that insane save. Speaking of JT, running down onto G now, the nice ice shards to buy himself some time, but I'm gonna find them again. There's Avalanche toss up, easy kill, first blood drawn by JT. What is this? I feel like the 4th G2 IG game now that we've watched where it's JT and Bobaka who are starting things off with first blood. Ton of things to come.
Yeah, either JT is the first blood or he's been getting first blood. There's no in between.
Yeah. And even when he gets first blooded, he immediately gets a kill back the other way.
Gets a kill, yeah.
This guy is the designated bloodthirster on this team. As everybody else still happy to chill. Monet taking quite a bit of damage. The blood grenade as well, and the spear just gotta catch him off guard. Not really expecting the damage that can come out from this duo, and Dark Horse able to kill off the carry.
6-minute rune coming up. Bobaka will snatch it. I mean, you're a DK, right? You don't care about the runes. You got double bracers. That's all you need. Who cares, dude?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of how important this kill on Monet is, because you know it feels a little rough. You want to keep staying in the lane, and you know, sure, it gives Mars a decent amount of EXP, but even if he hits that level 6, it's not that big of a deal, right? Because you can always rage out. Like, I feel like you can't be giving those over for free, though.
They're gonna try again for Monet bottom, but it looks like he's fine. He's just gonna run out of there.
Yeah.
The old runaway strategy, Sneeze, very strong.
Yeah, he's amped that up with a boots purchase. That's crazy. You never see that. JT getting slowed down now. The stun can't come through because Bobaka with a very beautiful avalanche stops Longfall in his tracks. And JT able to just get on out of there, especially with the face boots.
Hell is other tinies.
Yeah. Hell is these rocks in my head. Hell is this
These
situation.
rocks in my shoes.
Dude, hell is this situation that we're in where we're playing like what? Our 7th, 8th game of Dota today, and we're up against G2IG who just crushed us in the first half. Small KK coming through with a rotation, but again, Monet, I'll have you know that he's the master at the runaway strategy. He's employing it to perfection. Lamphor trying for the TP out. After using both stuns, JT and Bobaka, nothing else to stop that TP. Heads up play from Lina.
I guess they thought they had the burst damage to kill off Lina, but that was indeed clearly not the case. They desperately needed that Tusk to be down bottom for that Lifestealer gank, because one shards could potentially change the way that that gank goes. And Lifestealer is all of a sudden stuck, Raging runs out, and all of a sudden you've got oodles of damage to throw into him.
I'm kind of confused because I feel like Dark Horse they're kind of sticking around trying to make something happen, but they haven't really connected the right pieces to put the pieces of the puzzle together, right? It's like, okay, you need a Tusk to get the Lifestealer kill, but we haven't even seen G come down here. On the flip side, it's been small KK just on this bot side when he can't really stop the Lifestealer from just running away. Now they'll find Bobaka, but it kind of feels like Bobaka's found them, right? You're running into a nothing to say Dragon Knight with Dragon Form up. Not gonna be a good look. Now in this top side, Monet's rotated up here, which means Longfall just has to hightail the hell out of here. I mean, hell's about to be the members of G2IG running at your tier 1, committing onto the Lina. Not scared at all. There's a Laguna Blade thrown out onto Lifestealer. He will get chopped down, but not before he kills off the Lina first. Now, nothing to say. Doesn't have a Dragon Form anymore, and gonna get chopped down to size. Small KK finally found the engagement that he's looking for and kills off the 2 most important members on G2IG.
Little overzealous there, I dare say, for G2IG diving under a tier 1 tower without, you know, any vision
Yeah.
to spot any TPs.
I mean, also no, I don't know, no Dragon Form.
No Dragon Form.
Yeah,
You're just a Lifestealer who's level 5, mind you. Longfur is level 7.
Yeah, also, I don't know where the Omni Knight was in that entire situation.
He was on the high ground killing off other people.
He was trying his best.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is
Omni build, it doesn't really protect you from this Lina, the Mars, or anyone. It's full on damage.
getting chased down here. The shots do connect, but instead Bobaka will be waiting in the wings to get that revenge kill. JT able to snag that Tusk pick up. Nothing to say. He's going to continue his commissioned work on this tower. Just keep beating into it. And that's his God-given right, by the way.
It's so annoying with sheep here though. Like it's not necessarily harder. It's just a little annoying. It's like a fly or a mosquito buzzing around you. It's like get the hell out of here, dude.
Yeah. And can you imagine if you try and swat the mosquito and then it turns into the literal sun and scorches you with the heat of like 1,000 degrees Celsius? An arrow set up here. Beautiful. Dude, they make it look so easy, and now that you egg, they don't care. They have 3 heroes hitting onto you. X-Nova just makes that happen easily. And this Moonlight Shadow means that they can't keep chasing because G doesn't have any detection. Hell, JT will even feel comfortable enough to run forward and throw a hammer in Longfall's face. Dark Horse, this series of events is very, very unfortunate. And now Bobaka coming up here as well, looking for the setup onto this poor Tusk, and with the perfect setup into the arrow. It looks like it got bodied by a creep actually, but the Starstorm should be enough to finish him off. So overall, even though it didn't really work out the way that they wanted to, G2, they still get the initial objective.
And they're gonna get the tier 1 tower pretty safely as
What
well.
is
Monet
going
is level
on?
7.
Yeah, I mean, easy infest just killed. What is this, Lina? I mean, that is the easiest TP in the world for JT to make. And you gotta imagine, they are feeling so ambitious here on Dark Horse to try for these moves that seem to be child's play for the side of G2IG to respond to. You throw a Fire Spirit out, that's gonna reveal your position and gonna trace you down. There is a dive available, so Sheep, at the end of the day, should still be fine here, but got a bit of damage. Nothing to say. Once again, his God-given right to keep punching away at these towers, and he'll absolutely do just that.
Now, thank God Longfur goes back to pop, safe and sound. I don't think these 2 supports are going to kill him from full. So a little bit more farm for this Lina. So it should be then now. 3 tier 1 tower bottom, as it is.
Dude, if we got a heat map of the Dark Horse heroes, I think you'd just see the most confusing sight you've seen in your damn life.
It'd be everywhere.
I don't really like small KK. I get it. Man's hungry for action, right? He's like, I'm big
Sure.
bad Tim, so I'm gonna cut down everyone in my path. But you're kind of playing into their hands a little bit here, G2IG. They're still able to keep their lanes intact. You haven't really thrown as much chaos towards them as you might have assumed. And they're now 4k gold up on a Life Sealer Dragonite Omni Tricore. How are these guys out farming you on a Lina where you're supposed to back up into the jungle, get an early Maelstrom? Now you're there with that blink reveal, nothing to say. He's been liking this very, very quick pickup on whoever he plays, and it just sets up so perfectly for the team to find more opportunities.
Do you think it's a bit of an oversight not getting the Blink Dagger first on Timbersaw? Because I dare say it very well may be.
I don't even know whether what he got would have made a difference. It just really feels like Dark Horse, they're not synchronized, right? It
Yeah.
feels a bit disconnected. It kind of almost, and I don't know whether this is mean, but I'm not even sure whether they're on the same Discord call, right? Like, Longfell's
Sure.
coming through the Twin Gates trying to get a solo kill because he thinks he can fight as a Lina at level 7. He's just gonna get killed off by 2 supports now, which is like the
Yikes,
easiest
that
thing to
doesn't
see.
feel good.
Yeah, I mean, this was the very rotation that Sheep and G made in game number 1, but they were just a bit
What?
late, right? The whole...
Whoa, 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 GG!
Okay.
What?
They're done. Yeah, they just don't want to play anymore. I mean, sure, Dark Horse, they're out of here. So, I mean, gotta be very frustrating, and you gotta imagine and feel for the players a little bit. They grinded all the way through, defeated Team Bright, took down their... I'm speechless, Crash. I don't know what to say.
Oh god, dude, I don't know what to say. You have to say something. I don't know, dude. I guess
Okay.
like you feel like you're too far behind. You're definitely not in the same Discord call. That's exactly what happened. I think you hit the money. You hit the nail on the head there, Sneeze. And they're done. They are behind. They've been playing for a little bit too long. Maybe they're tired and they recognize, hey, there's no chance we're back in this.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be a bit painful. Maybe you've sort of reached that point in the night where you just kind of come to a bit of consensus, like, look, guys, this next game, it's late, you know, we've been playing for long, let's just regroup for the next qualifiers. But that is a very, very sad whimper of a way to go out on Dark Horse.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, maybe if you're watching it from an observing perspective and you're just a casual viewer and you're seeing this, you're like, oh, you know, these guys, they what kind of joke team is it? But you gotta keep in mind that these guys really had a rough world of it, right? They went 3 games in 2 series. None of that was easy. Their opponents were tough, and I don't know. I think let's just take a look at the post-game stats, and I don't really know whether there's much to show, right? You take a look at the net worth on the task. You talk about him being a roaming hero that needs to sort of get action happening. Absolutely not the case. And I don't know. It just feels like they're like when you see a Lina picked up this early, it's very similar to some other timing-based heroes where it always feels like, okay, you go for Gleipnir, go for BKB, you're ready to fight, you start machine gunning, and you have a team that protects you. Not a single lane went well. The rotations just didn't make sense, right? And I think, you know, even though we were watching G2 largely dominate.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that's... Oh,
Yikes. That is some despair right there. Hell is other people, dude.
hell is this qualifier run, bro. Hell is what they just
Oh,
faced right
no.
here. I think, you know, as much as people who might be supporting Dark Horse or, you know, having their eyes on this match might be disappointed that we didn't get more Dota, I feel the most for these players because, you know, you don't just... Like, this is not the first qualifier that Dark Horse has played, right? They've basically
Yeah.
been part of quite a few in these recent weeks, in these recent months where it's been qualifier madness. This isn't their first rodeo. And it might just have reached a breaking point of frustration where it feels like they're not on the same page. Look, you know, maybe these players, we don't know what's happening internally, but of course it could be a situation where it's like, okay, you know what, guys, this isn't working anymore. Like, we're clearly not on the same page. Maybe it's time to, I don't know whether you want to disband or whether you want to sort of try it again or try and, you know, put things together in this Wild Wild West season of Dota 2 where nothing's really concrete. Like, it doesn't really matter, but we've all been in this position before where it just feels impossible.
Yeah. No, it's very true. It's just part of Dota, right? Some games are just unwinnable, and you know, Dark Horse, I guess they recognize that and they take the easy way out. Call GG.
Yeah, easy way out is an understatement, but honestly, I don't even know whether you can blame them, right? I think, especially if the heat of the competition that they've been facing up so far, it's like there's still Team 0 or 0 in the upper bracket, right? And if you can't really come together to concoct a good strategy against G2IG, flame to G2IG, very strong team, of course, but these are the big dogs you need to beat to get that one slot. Maybe they just realize, okay, it's not worth our time. Maybe we have another qualifier coming up. Maybe we have some other events we want to play instead. Let's rest, regroup, and come back. Clearly, we're not on the same page. It's not a good day. But yeah, that does put our game to a very quick end, Crash. I mean, look, we joked a bit about the 2 games just curse that we have, but it's hitting a bit harder than I think we would like. And at the end of the day, as much as we're happy for G2IG that they get to move on relatively painlessly, my heart breaks for these players on Dark Horse, man.
For sure. But, Sneeze, good news. Your heart may be broken, but maybe we can fill it up with a little bit more love, some Dota love specifically.
Yeah.
'Cause even if you're not into any other region, we've got more Chinese games coming up ahead. The China region is still looking hot. Team 0 Zure. Game number 2 is happening on the ESL_Dota 2 Void channel. So you want to go scoot on over there when we're done here. It's going to be a while before we have any more Dota.
Yeah, I mean, of course, for at least for this stream, for China for today, we're done here. There's still Mouse versus OG happening. There's ESG Quest versus Nigma. That's on Storm and Earth, respectively. Just do yourself a favor. Search up on Twitch, on YouTube, ESL_Dota 2. You'll find all the Twitch channels that you could like. Fill yourself up with some good Dota 2 qualifier content. But at least for us, Crash and Sneeze, that's going to wrap up our Chinese qualifier coverage for today. And of course, tomorrow we'll find out who the qualified team is. But for now, you can enjoy Azure Ray versus Team 0 on the other stream. For tonight, we'll say goodnight. Thank you very much for watching, and see you on the other streams.
Thank you.